Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, KQLH 92.5, KFXM 94.1, and X 95.7. X 95.7 for the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network Election Coverage 2024. And welcome to everybody. Hello to Eric in the control room. Hello to Denise Magana, who's my support over here on the laptop. Hello to good old Tim Prince, my high school buddy. Hello to Greek Orthodox priest, Father John Reed. There'll be more people joining us on the phone. Will be Eric Bauman here in moments, the California Democratic Party Chair Emeritus, I call him. We also will be joined by Terry Massel, Tim Prince, and Robert Porter, and also by Teamsters leader, Secretary Treasurer Randy Corrigan, Worker Power Hour host, and also the host of our new studios here in the Teamsters 1932 network. We have new studios that we moved into just about a week before last. We're sitting in new studios, looking at the studios and trying to get things going and working, and it seems like everything is working and in good order tonight, so that puts me in a good mood. Here we are, election night 2024, and just a quick, the first election results of the night are in. Of course, these are early results on the East Coast and southern states we expect to go to President Trump. We'll also be covering local elections, and from San Bernardino to Yucaipa, from Los Angeles to Riverside County, across the state, elections and races of note. We will do that. And so, first of all, I'd like to say welcome to Eric Bauman. Hello, Eric.
Hey, how are you, brother?
Good. Eric Bauman, host of the Uncommon Sense Democrat here on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Welcome.
I think you're beating up my engineer. How is he going to be able to do my show tomorrow?
Well, we're a tough nature here, and we're going easy on him. We have an election night party here down at the Teamsters, by the way, Eric. There's tacos, there's going to be barbecue chicken and pulled pork and all kinds of good stuff and eating and cake and desserts and drinks, and we're hoping it's going to be a celebration. What do you say? Will it be a celebration?
I don't know yet. It's really sad to say I have held myself back, as you will know, because we've had multiple conversations. I have held myself back from making a prediction, and it makes me very nervous to be in this situation, because if we pull this off, Trump can scream and yell and stamp his feet, but he's going to be out. Mm-hmm. And he will not have protection as the previous president, to protect him from going to jail. So,
there you go. And he could be out of the presidential race and in jail very quickly. So I think he's running kind of for that. I'm going to turn it over to Tim Prince here. Tim, what do you say?
Well, the initial results are not too happy, but they're so preliminary that we can't let that dampen our mood. I think the polls turned in the last few days to Kamala Harris, and I don't see that changing based on the initial results. We got to remember this is a long haul. We might not know tonight, and if we do, I think it's going to be Kamala.
Yes. I think it's going to be Kamala. I said 304 electoral votes, but I might be just a tad high. But, that's a good thing. And, of course, we're going to hear from Father John Reed here. John, what do you say? What say you?
Well, the momentum that Kamala has been putting together with the different boy, I can't talk tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
with their different gatherings. I mean, this momentum was just incredible. She has filled every arena with extra people trying to get in. I've never seen this kind of excitement since Obama. In fact, it might be a little bit more than Obama.
Yeah, well, she is outperforming Obama in states that Obama did well in, and some states that he didn't win, but she's still outperforming him. Going to give you some results here. The first election results are in, by the way, from the East Coast. Vice President Kamala Harris, about 20 minutes ago, won Vermont. But former President Trump secured both Indiana and Kentucky. That was about 20 minutes ago, but we have some numbers now. In Oklahoma, with 0% in, Trump is leading Harris. In Missouri, Trump is leading Harris. In Indiana, Trump is leading Harris. It doesn't sound good, but when you go to these states, you expected them to be that way.
But there are also southern states and rural states that the Republicans most often carry.
They could have spent a little bit more money in Florida. I think they might have gotten that. The numbers were good for Harris, considering Florida's previous election results. She's got 43%, with a little under 30% left to count. But Trump has got 55%. So it looks like Trump is going to take Florida, but, that was to be expected. That really was to be expected.
Unfortunately, Senator Scott, who was on the top of the hit list for Democrats, because, he's by nature a thief, he's sitting there on his fanny, having just gotten reelected. And there's nobody less deserving of that seat than Scott is. And I'm not talking about Tim Scott. I'm talking about Senator Scott, the other Senator Scott.
Well, there's another senator that won his election handily, and that is Representative or U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders has been the projected winner in Vermont. No surprise there.
I'm shocked.
All right.
But, independent Bernie Sanders won the re-election to the U.S. Senate in Vermont. NBC has projected that, and he's an independent, but he caucuses with the Democrats. So that's good news for Democrats in the Senate as we look across the nation, not just at the top of the ticket, the presidential, but we look at Congress and the House of Representatives and the Senate as well. It's been an interesting election. I got to tell you, I really don't understand how Trump could even be in the running with some of the things that he's done, and including filleting a microphone just about 48 hours ago.
It seemed to get worse in the final week. You think candidates would be on their best behavior as the clock ticks down, but that wasn't the case this time.
I figured he was trying to say a mouthful.
Yes, absolutely.
There's an amazing article in this week's Atlantic. And it talks about their reporter was on standby next to a group of Trump's high-end staff.
Right.
And they were bemoaning the fact that they could not keep Trump on message for the last couple of weeks.
Or ever at all. Ever at all.
Well, no, but for a while he was doing a reasonably good job. But he started in this, nastiness with the Puerto Ricans and with the women, and he's going to help women whether they want it or not.
Yeah, whether they like it or not, he's going to help them. All the the Puerto Rican trash dump thing, Puerto Rico, and all the things that there's a laundry list of things that he said and done that you would think would disqualify him. I keep looking back at poor old Howard Dean way back in the day, running for president. And, he just did a little scream and a yowl, and that's all he did. And he was out of the running, and he pulled out. And it was non-presidential. I can't think of a more non-presidential former president than President Trump. And so also we welcome to the table who just got here, flying in from Ontario. Boy, his arms are tired. Terry Massel, former chair of the Rancho Cucamonga Democratic Club, now known as the Inland Valley Democratic Club. Welcome. Terry's a good friend of mine and a convention state convention associate. So welcome, Terry.
Happy to be here.
Good. And, of course, off in the distance, we can hear Rick Rule talking out in the hallway. If we could ask him to please be quiet. Thank you. It's coming across loud and clear on the air.
Sorry.
That's okay. Go away.
Tell him he doesn't get an extra show fee.
He doesn't get an extra show fee. No engineering. Of course, he might try to put that on his time card. Anyway, but, we're talking about the early results here. And, Terry, I've got to catch you up here. You probably didn't see this email, so I'll send that to you. But we've got a whole wide range of people coming on tonight. And we've got a whole hour coming up at 7 o'clock dedicated to just do me a favor. Eric, would you shut that door, please? A whole hour dedicated to youth. We'll have a youth panel in here. All the old guys will step out, and we'll let the youth talk about the election, their feelings and how they felt.
So that means I get to stay in, correct?
Oh, yeah, because, nobody can tell how old you are on the phone.
Yeah, but all that makeup.
Do I sound young on the phone?
No.
A little like Neil Young.
Holy Ted Cruz is behind Colin Allred with 18% of the vote in.
Wow. And that is not astonishing astonishing because we all know we called him, was it Cozumel Cruz? Mm-hmm. And, took off and went to down to Cozumel when the going got rough in Texas. And they had that horrible snowstorm.
During the snowstorm.
During the snowstorm?
Well, on everybody.
He didn't have a snowstorm. He was in beautiful Cozumel.
Well, I received a text from his campaign just a few days ago saying he was in a fight for his life. And I don't know why I'm getting these texts from the Republican. I guess because I'm an independent. But, he's really scared this time, as he should be.
As he should be.
And Republicans have also spent millions and millions of dollars on what I call boogeyman commercials.
Right.
On non-issue issues, like something that doesn't exist. And, for instance, the example, Republicans spent over $200 million on anti-trans ads on network TV in the last 3 months. $200 million.
And I didn't even know that they knew our Mayor Helen Tran.
I didn't know that they didn't like Trans Ams. Or Camaros. I didn't know that.
Wait a second. Haven't you guys... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Tim.
You going to call us on our bad jokes?
Yeah, we're making bad jokes.
I just wish they would spend more time looking down the backpacks for firearms instead of looking down the front of their pants before they allow them into a bathroom.
There's a good point there. I agree with you wholly.
Well, since I brought up the local scene, I will say that I've heard some dire predictions of low turnout locally, that the initial ballots were coming in slowly, the vote by mail people. And I was most heartened on the way here. I stopped and dropped off my family's ballots, and there was a block line in all directions at the registrar's office on Rialto Avenue in San Bernardino. So that bodes well. And then the people that were standing in line to vote at the registrar's office looked like about a 2-block long line.
Oh, wow.
So that was at the registrar voters in the drive-through line or the walk-up line?
The drive-through line was a block in all directions, and the walk-in to vote line was 2 blocks. And this wasn't even 5 o'clock when people were off work. This was 4:30. So
you guys have a drive-through?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
I did that. I drove in at 777 East Rialto Boulevard. By the way, we have one of our interns who wanted to vote. He's just 18, and he forgot to register to vote. And he said, how can I vote? So we sent him over there to 777 East Rialto Boulevard. Go stand over there, ask for what they call a provisional ballot. You can vote provided that you check out that you're a United States citizen and you're qualified to vote. They will then provisionally accept your ballot, and then they will count it once they verify it. So it's not too late. You can, even if you're not registered to vote.
You have 2.5 hours, folks.
2.5 hours.
Get to it.
And it's kind of fun. I drove right up to this drive-through line. They have all these flashing neon signs and arrows and things like that. And, I drove right in, and the lady held up a box for me, a cardboard box with a slat.
I think I know her.
Talking about Freudian slips.
What color was it?
Oh, Father John, we need to dip him in a pool.
Oh no!
Amen. Amen.
I don't know what you guys call it. We call it a mikveh.
Listen, folks, I just spent like 300 hours moving these radio stations.
Yes.
And it just worked up until this very time to get all this together. So I'm a little tired. Slot. So she held up this little slot on this box, and I put my ballot in, and I said, now I can't say what I was going to say because it's actually the quote of what I said was, "Here's one for Kamala," and she said, "Yay!" So I was kind of enthused about that. Anyway,
Well, see, that's the good thing about the Trump era.
it's gonna be a long night.
A few years ago, you would have been canceled for saying something like that, Mark. Now it's nothing. I mean, Trump says a lot worse. So,
Well,
I'm more embarrassed than anything.
it's a good sign whenever there's a longer line at the registrar than there is an In-N-Out.
Yeah.
That's true.
This is the pregame show, Eric. So we're gonna take a break in about 5 minutes and get a little serious here because I heard the host of the Uncommon Sense Democrat sighing on the phone.
I need to
Well, he's
correct.
he's sighing because there's it's frightening what's going on in a lot of ways. But if we knock out Ted Cruz, anyway, if we knock him out, we use the word schposs, but I can't say that on terrestrial radio. If we knock out Cruz, then that gives us a safety stop, because as it is, Jim Justice picked up the seat in West Virginia.
Well, great. And I have some early results here. They're too close to call races, but trending in the right direction. In Maine, Harris and Trump are neck and neck with less than 1 percentage point. But in New Hampshire, with 11% of it in, Harris is leading 54.2 to Trump 45.1.
Nice.
In Connecticut, Harris is leading. In New Jersey, Harris is leading. Harris 68.3% to Trump's 29.6%. In Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen,
Give it to us.
Kamala Harris 74.4% to Trump. Ready for this? 24.6%. Now, there's only 6% of that in, but that looks like a really, really good trend, folks.
we'll call it a trend.
72. She's saying it just went up to 72. So
Oh.
what's interesting, and maybe she could let us know if she could find out how much of this is the mail-in vote and how much of this is in-person vote and where these votes are coming from, because I can't believe she's winning by 50 points in Pennsylvania.
No.
But, I can, because they saw
52.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
There is over 500, a half a million Puerto Ricans
Yes.
in there. Yeah, in Ohio, Harris 50% to Trump 48% with 36% in.
Wow.
There's something happening here, folks. There's history
Let's
starting to be
hope
made.
it comes down with Sherrod Brown, the down ticket.
In Virginia, Harris 51% to Trump's 46%. I'm leaving the tenths of a percent off, but 51.7, really we could call it 52%, and Trump is at 46.4, so we say 52 to 46. In North Carolina, 51% to Trump's 47%. In South Carolina, Harris 58% to 40% with 20% in. And Trump is
I'm
leading
sorry.
in
Would you
Georgia.
repeat? Wait. Would you repeat those numbers?
Okay, South Carolina 58.2% to Trump's 40.7% with 27% in.
Oh, so that matches what I saw earlier. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got some really good numbers coming this way, and I have a very good data person here. 72% is early vote by mail voters. Early vote by mail voters. But that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
The traditional thinking that is not so much true today is that the first absentees are highly conservative leaning. So seeing that result is a very positive sign for Democrats.
Well, and you have to say this one thing.
Tim, that's only because you and I are old enough to remember those days.
So we got about 4 minutes ahead of the break, folks, but I do have to say and clarify this with Pennsylvania. 0% of that vote is from Election Day, today's votes.
Right.
These are all votes that people, but, across the United States, we had over 74 million people vote early. That was before today. 74 million people voted in this race. So those numbers are trending pretty good. There are some good news before the break here. We have got a lot to talk about more in the next half hour or so. We'll just first our first half hour here on KCAA, 1050 AM, 106.5 FM. With all these stations in the Teamsters 1932 broadcast network, I've got to say all these station call letters and names. It's going to take me 4 minutes just to say them all. So it's on KCAA, 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, KQLH 92.5 FM, KFXM 94.1 FM, and I'll say it first next time, Rick, X 95.7.
Would somebody please email me all those station numbers?
Sure. Maybe Eric Osorio will do that for you. Yeah, there's a lot of numbers there. And this is for this night only as we're doing all these broadcasts simultaneously.
You didn't tell me this many people are going to be listening when you asked me to be here. Now I'm nervous.
And you should be. You should be. KQLH's numbers came in. I'm so proud of it. We have 75,000 listeners a quarter hour on KQLH. Little light bulb that could. A little light bulb that could. So, yeah, you have listeners tonight. So what you say does matter and count. We still have, what, about an hour and a half before the polls close here? What'd you say?
Yes.
I'm looking. Is that clock right? So many of these clocks are daylight savings time. But I think so.
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours. Yeah. 2.5 hours before the polls close. We are here with John Reed from a radio show previous here on KCAA.
Yes.
What was the name of that show again?
Viewpoint with Father John.
Viewpoint with Father John. We also have on the line.
How come he's never had me on?
Well, he's not on currently.
Yeah.
He did, And then we have, it's not that he didn't pay, he had some illness. So, and then we have Eric Bauman, who's on Uncommon Sense Democrat currently. We've had Tim Prince, who's on a lot of radio shows on KCAA.
In fact, I had a radio show with my former law partner, and we did a liberal versus conservative format. And I'm very happy to say that despite all these partisan debates we had, my former partner, Alan Leahy, is not private about his voting choice. He's voting for Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. A lot of Republicans are.
A lot of that going around in
Traditional
California.
ones, yes.
We're going to hear also from, we have Terry Massel. If I didn't mention Terry's sitting here. Eric Bauman, Eric Osorio in the control room, Denise Magana doing data for me. Later on this evening, Robert Gonzalez, Denise Magana, of course, Michael Angelo Camacho, Frank Perolo, and Darren, and a name, Sotek, that I can't pronounce. Darren Mook, excuse me. It's a hyphen name, Sotek Mook, but we're just going to say Darren Mook.
We'll be in here
Mook.
too.
Yeah, the point is Mook. Ooh, I caught that one. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Westwood here on election night coverage. It's going to be a long night, but it's going to be a fun night, hopefully. We're going to try to make it fun. This is election night coverage on NBC News Radio, KCAA, 1050 AM, 92.5 KQLH, X 95.7, 94.1 KFXM. Did I leave anyone out? I don't think so. Eric, take it away.
KCAA. This is a special report, Decision 2024. Voting is over in Georgia, South Carolina, Indiana, Virginia, Vermont, Kentucky, and Alabama, Florida, and New Hampshire have partial closures. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Indiana and Kentucky, while Harris will win in Vermont. Arizona's Secretary of State says bomb threats at polling locations are unsubstantiated. The threats were at 4 Navajo County locations in the key swing state. Adrian Fontes addressed the reports about the threats this afternoon.
This is another, we believe, probing attack. We also have reason to believe, although I won't get into specifics, that this comes from one of our foreign enemies, namely Russia.
He added that state law enforcement is working with federal law enforcement, and officials have no reason to believe any voters or polling places are in jeopardy. This has been a special report. I'm Brian Shook.
Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
Located in the heart of San Bernardino, California, the Teamsters Local 1932 Training Center is designed to train workers for high-demand, good-paying jobs in various industries throughout the Inland Empire. If you want a pathway to a high-paying job and the respect that comes with a union contract, visit 1932trainingcenter.org to enroll today. That's 1932trainingcenter.org.
KCAA Loma Linda.
KCAA and the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm Mark Westwood. It's election night 2024. Will it be Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Will it be Treasurer Ortiz or Jim Penman locally?
Oh.
Will Measure S pass or fail in Yucaipa? Will there be a yes or no on the recall? There are all kinds of races we're watching. Over 500 races just in San Bernardino County alone today. We could cover them all if we could possibly get to them. It's not going to be a night that we resolve it all in one night. That's for sure. I don't know. Do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that we have Denise here. And we also have Diana Cosand over here. Gentlemen, Terry Massel, Eric Bauman, Tim Prince, Father John, do you think we're going to have a call for president tonight?
I think it's up in the air still. It's if we can get. I know that California always takes 2 weeks to count, but if we can get a majority where it's a high percentage, I think we'd get it.
Yep. Eric Bauman joining us on the phone. Eric, what do you think? Do we have a call tonight or not?
Not likely.
Mm-hmm. And Terry?
Well, you have some states that have made it very difficult to count votes. So those are going to be swing states, so that could make the difference. However, Tom Hartman today thinks it's going to be a good 20-point sweep for Kamala.
Well, Wisconsin is already on the map for following things up. They've got some machines and stuff that is broken down.
Right.
And I think they have 100,000 ballots to count still. So that might be a late night for Wisconsin. But you know what? This is the amazing thing about Wisconsin. There's no difference than any other election, right? Eric, you remember. Wisconsin's always off the track. And Tim, what do you think? Up or down?
I think most people are going to go to bed knowing who the next president will be.
I hope so. So. And that we'll have a clear, definitive answer to it, and there won't be a January 6th again happen.
Well, it's funny. Trump he started weeks ago with the rigged election stuff, which tells me that he's really worried he's going to lose this thing. Mm-hmm. And of course, he has so much on the line with his freedom and such. But he's already set up so that he can justify that it was stolen and such. He just can't accept the loss.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're into our first half hour, about 35 minutes into our coverage. We do have some numbers I'm going to recap real quick from our data analyst, Denise Magana. And some good news for Trump. For Kamala. And in Maine, it's a little tied, about a little less than 1%. The last results we have, New Hampshire, Harris 54% to Trump 45% with 11% in. Connecticut, I don't have the percentage in, but it's Harris as being the winner and the leader in Connecticut, that she's expected to win there. New Jersey with 3% in, Harris is 68.3%. Trump is 29.6%. And most of these numbers, I think, are probably going to be numbers of people who've already registered, voted, sent them in, or voted. And so we're probably not going to get a lot of votes from early on from people who voted today. In Pennsylvania, though, there is good news. This is the best news I've heard all night, with 6% in. And this is 0% of people who voted today. These are all mail-in ballots, absentee ballots. In Pennsylvania, 74.4%.
Wow. That's amazing.
Harris. Only 24% for Kamala. That's a key swing state.
For Trump.
I think someone had mentioned earlier that tradition had been that the Republicans were the ones that were voting early and doing absentee ballots. And that changed with COVID, and it flipped at that point. So to see that it's three out of four going to Kamala on for Pennsylvania in the absentee ballots. That's spectacular.
Yes.
Interesting correlation in Pennsylvania. The top issue for exit polls in Pennsylvania was the fear for American democracy. So I think that has to go along with a surprise lopsided vote for Kamala.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those were the top things. It was economy. It was fear for democracy. Also the abortion issue. There is an abortion ballot measure on 10 states.
Wow.
In the United States on this ballot. So that could be it. In Georgia's always, there was 11,347 difference between Trump and Biden last time around. And it really depends on the counties that are being counted in Georgia. The more suburban Atlanta counties and stuff like that tend to favor Democrats, will favor Kamala. So this 55% to 43%, Trump's got 55 and Harris has 43. That could switch around in Georgia. Don't you agree, Eric Bowen?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I think there's a long way to go, but ultimately I believe that, Harris is going to pull out Democratic areas without a question. I mean, for example, we just won the North Carolina governor's race. Now, we had the North Carolina's governor's race, but they picked a fancy-schmancy Republican to run against him.
A black Nazi.
Yeah, well, no, black Nazi, you're right.
Well, in going back to Georgia, Senator Warnock, that was a very close race as well. And yeah, that man won, and he's a senator now. So it takes 270 votes in the Electoral College to win. Unfortunately, we have an Electoral College. I really don't like the Electoral College anymore. I think we need to get to the popular vote. And but it seems like every time we lose the Electoral College, the Republicans win it. And it's whenever the Electoral College calls it over the popular vote, that's what happens, is what I mean. But we've got a lot out. My predictions is that Kamala will take Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, Illinois, Virginia, New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Maryland, those votes. And she's got, at least with those votes, 191. And,
nice.
But it takes 270 to win, so it's going to be a long night watching what happens in Wisconsin.
They were reporting very long lines in Arizona right now, still voting.
Yep. And Nevada, Arizona, Utah, not going to happen. Utah's not going to go for that. Texas is surprising. Let's see what that Cruz loss is going to transfer into.
Idaho. Recent polls puts Kamala up in Idaho.
Nice.
Again,
Isn't that
Idaho.
amazing? Yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh, wait a minute. Idaho, where Boise is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
No.
That one.
I'll buy you all a steak dinner if Idaho goes for Kamala. And you heard that on the air, right?
Okay.
Yes.
We'll hold you to
It's
it.
going to be a petite sirloin.
I would say they're traditional Republicans. How can a traditional Republican like my father vote for Donald Trump?
Exactly.
This is true. So we'll see. What say you? Let's talk about turn on some local races real quick. And we have something else coming in. This news flash. Kamala slot. Kamala.
Do not call her a slut.
Kamala Harris has won Delaware, 56.9%. It's projected that Kamala Harris will win Delaware to Trump's 48%. So congratulations. One more in the win column for Delaware. So that is very good. Some good news. These votes are starting to come in well for Kamala. But as I said, let's turn to some political races nearby. And just spend the next 20 minutes or so. And local races here before we go to the next hour, up to the 6 o'clock hour. We're going to have all kinds of panelists this election night. We've got a youth panel. We're going to have Randy Corrigan from the Teamsters Union and the Worker Power Hour here. We've got all kinds of guests here. This is going to be a fun-filled, action-packed night. But we're going to take this time right now to talk some local races. And it doesn't get any more local than Tim Prince over here. Tim Prince is Mr. San Bernardino. For years and years and years, he's stood up for the city that has been beleaguered very, very much. And this is my hometown, too. All my diplomas and degrees say San Bernardino on them. So, hey, yeah, I want to see the city prosper, and hopefully we will. So we have a race. Treasurer Ortiz and Jim Penman, the former city attorney who was also recalled.
Yes, he served 26 years. That included the bankruptcy of San Bernardino that was filed in July of 2012. And he came back and tried to run for city attorney again, got recalled. He tried to run for mayor at least twice. And now he's back for 7th Ward City Council, which is nestled in the north end, close to the foothills, but a little bit south of Ward 4. So it's got some mixed demographics, and I haven't heard of any polls, but what I'm hearing on the street is that challenger Treasurer Ortiz has really she's not missed a council meeting. She's well prepared. She's well spoken, and it looks like she's impressed enough voters that it's going to be tough for old Penman to come back.
I think the Sun newspaper endorsed Treasurer Ortiz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but they've done that before. How many people read newspapers these days?
Well, I'm in radio, so I'm not qualified to tell you that. I guess I shouldn't tell you that, but yeah, some people still read digital versions and newspapers. So,
True.
That is still a viable medium, and even though the guy from the Sun newspaper was kind of rude with me today, I'll tell you about that later.
There's also a race in the 5th Ward, which is the north part of San Bernardino, up near Cal State, and that's definitely a race as well. We have former Councilman Henry Nickel, who was a registered Republican. I'm not sure if he is anymore. He might be declined to state. Versus Democrat Kim Knaus, but Kim did not seek a lot of Democratic endorsements. She's kind of tried to play the middle, and we'll see if that costs her support in the ward. That ward is known to be the most conservative ward. A lot of working families, commuting families. So it's not conservative by any means, but by San Bernardino standards, maybe it is. Mm-hmm. We'll see whether the mayor's endorsement of Kim Knaus helps her. We'll see if the lack of Democratic support hurts her.
Mm-hmm. Well, in Yucaipa, it's kind of an interesting situation going out there. The sleepy town of Yucaipa that was kind of politically sleepy for a long time. And there wasn't a lot of Democrats out there, but it was kind of middle-of-the-road, moderate Republicans, and they're more interested in rural life and, the street festivals and stuff like that. And along comes this guy from the Inland Empire Taxpayers Association named Chris Mann, who was also on the water board out there. And he's a political consultant, and he managed to, there's 5 city council people. He managed to align 3 city council people on his side. And the very first night that they took office, they got together in a closed session, fired the city manager, and hired him as city manager. No vetting process, no hiring process, just good old boy right in there. And a lot of people took objection to that because the city manager was a beloved kind of, Ray Casey was a popular city manager. They usually had a very firm fiduciary budget, and it was in balance. And they did well to maintain their infrastructure. And now suddenly they have a $7.3 million budget deficit.
Wow.
And a city manager that is not proposing, he says, but yeah, he's sure using city funds to do that and threaten firefighters and police officers to the point where they're now on his side to say, the firefighters are out there pledging to pass this Measure S, which is a 1% sales tax increase. It's kind of very retrograde. Will hurt the city and the city's businesses quite a bit. But there is the head of the Inland Empire Taxpayers Association now proposing a tax hike. The world is tilted on its axis, let's put it that way. And then they have a recall. There's a group out there called Save Yucaipa. And Well, the guy that ran in the first ward was he was under the tutelage of Chris Mann and was getting money from Chris Mann. And I think probably a lot of political advice as well as a political consultant. And Matt Garner put out a ballot slate mailer that said the Democrats, that Sherilyn Long was a MAGA Republican. And to Republicans, he said Sherilyn Long was a liberal, progressive, extremist. So one to the other, lying to both of them. Two mailers that when you set them side by side looked almost the same. He's doing that again with this recall. There was all kinds of stuff that happened in the meantime. There's something called a SLAPP lawsuit, strategic legislation against public participation, where the city of Yucaipa, city clerk, sued 173 people that signed a petition, for the language on the intent to recall, took it into the court system, wound down the clock, and the first recall failed because of it. But then the judge came out and said, well, that was wrong. They should have, the SLAPP lawsuits are wrong, and it's a citizen's right to be able to sign a petition without retribution. And so he threw the case out, but it was just moments before the time lapsed on it. And so they started another recall. Well, Matt Garner is putting political mailers out and says there was 3 recalls because he counts the 2 recalls and the intent to recall. Well, the intent to recall wasn't a recall. So that's kind of a lie. And just all kinds of things like, I want to protect the rural atmosphere of Yucaipa. Okay, but you voted for all the development measures and the change of the city's general plan to make high-density housing. So it's going to be an interesting thing because there's been a lot of money poured into that race from the firefighters and police officers.
You have a former San Bernardino city official that's running for council out in Yucaipa.
Gigi Hanna, yes. In the 3rd ward, Gigi is running a good race out there. And she's running against a woman who basically is the puppet of a former city a council member and former state assembly member who's been indicted, convicted, criminal charges, DUIs. He can't run for office himself, so he's going to put this little Judy puppet in there. And then, just tell it how it is, Mark. And then,
that sounds like the county assessor's race.
Yeah.
Bill Postmus could not run for office, so he put Josie Gonzalez. And this is not speculation or a reach on my part. It's been admitted by Josie that she told Bill Postmus, who obviously was thrown out of office and convicted of crimes related to his service in office,
and drug use,
that she would run and let him be her campaign manager if he was a good little boy and stopped his drugs.
Interesting. And then we have a lady from outside the county running.
Excuse me just one second.
Eric has trouble believing that.
I don't want to talk about women from outside. I still have binders full of women from a former senator from Utah.
Okay. Well, she's from Los Angeles County. Let's just put it that way. She works for the tax assessor's office. Not a deputy tax assessor, but there's a claim on that. She's running with a lot of money from warehouse builders that people are not aware of. And then,
so, Tim, I wanted to ask you a question. Think back in your memory banks. Do you remember a Republican city control or county controller who came to L.A., changed his registration to Democrat, and ran for assembly once or twice, I forget which, got his behind kicked, and that was the end of that. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Pray tell.
Oh, see, I thought you might know the name.
He didn't have the answer himself. Okay, let me get the rest of the tax assessor's race here, because it really is a show. I got to tell you. It really is a show. So we have Dara, the warehouse builder from L.A. County, coming in for all kinds of money. She's raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. He had told me she had to lend herself $25,000 and she didn't have any money. And then we had Josie Gonzalez, a former county supervisor, with absolute. This is a technical job. You need some technical powers and capacity to be able to do this job. It's like you're running for, Surgeon General. You might want to know something about medicine, and then you have who else do we have here? Oh yes, I forgot the lady from the desert, the convicted lady from the desert, says Victorville City Councilman Blanca
Gomez.
Blanca Gomez. So this is, and then last but not least we have Donald Williamson, who is a sure, tried, true, kind of compassionate older gentleman, but we're not going to be ageist here, who has a lot of capacity and was a 3-term tax assessor, who was, by the way, defeated
by Bill Postmas.
By Bill Postmas. Same verse, same as the second verse. Second verse, same as the first.
So anybody's really interested in Bill Postmas, the county board of supervisors at the time was trying to get him out. He would not resign, so they hired John Houston of Enron fame to come investigate, and they allocated $250,000 for this investigation to get rid of Postmas. And as he got closer and closer, Postmas says, okay, I'm going to resign. So they paid him like $180,000, and so many of us went to the county and said, hey, for $180,000, we want a report. And he gave us,
was one of those people.
Yes, and he gave us a report that's only about 35 pages long. You can read it. That is just amazing. There are love triangles going on. There's Rolex watches. There's private jets going to West Virginia Tech football games. We
Trips
have
to
developers
China.
involved, and it's just and. Unfortunately, in all of that, the only person to get in trouble was poor old Rex Gutierrez for falsifying his time cards.
Yeah, and the county government center being used for a political campaign headquarters.
Yes.
Oh, yes, for Mitt Romney.
And it will be again if Josie Gonzalez gets in the assessor's office. What do you think the Republican? Where do you think they're going to be headquartered? You think Bill Postmas, as her assistant, is not going to run the same kind of
Party in the assessor's office? Let me tell you, there'll be lots of young Twinkie boys running around.
Meth will be back.
Meth will be back. I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding you, and I'm not being biased here. This is just the facts that went on, and that. I got to tell you.
When Postmas was a supervisor and his district was on fire, nobody could find him because he was in Minnesota or thereabouts in rehab.
And we haven't even mentioned the colonies yet.
Oh, God.
And the settlement there.
That cost us $250 million.
With everything that's gone on the national scene the last 12 years, you'd think we in San Bernardino County would have been prepared with what we had to believe was actually reality in our county government. We should take this in stride, right?
Well, and not to be pessimistic here, but let's look at the voter turnout in San Bernardino today and the next few days, and we'll say the same thing we probably have said over and over and over. And the same thing's happening in Yucaipa. The worse the government gets, the less people vote for some reason or other. And there's been a sharp decline in voting turnout, probably generational, probably with people leaving the voting pool for death or whatever. The voting has gone down. And you don't vote, this is you get the government you deserve. I know we've been a little negative here, but we're talking about local politics. And we'll get back to the national politics and state politics. We've got a lot of people on the ballot, including Adam Schiff.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't even gotten to that race yet. We're picking a state senator.
Why are you picking on Shifty Schiff?
I'm not picking on Shifty Schiff. I'm just saying, he's running for Senate. We're going to talk about that race. We've got a lot to talk about. We're going to bring in all kinds of people, and it's going to be a long night. Do we have any more updates on the national election before we go to break here? Denise, no more.
Yeah.
No updates.
So the Democrat held North Carolina. I may have said that one already. And there was one other state that Democrats surprisingly held. Oh, did a Democrat win Delaware as governor?
Yes, absolutely. I saw that just a minute ago. I can't give you even the name. I brushed over it, but I believe that is so. That's a interesting little thing here. Democrat winning Delaware. If you can find that information out for me, Denise, so I can attest to it firmly. But
For governor,
right. So as it stands right now, Kamala Harris has 45.1% of the race, and Trump has 53.7%. Kamala has received 17,980,679 votes to Trump's 21,460,827 votes.
21 million.
Did I say 21 million? I wanted to say 21,000. I'm sorry. 21 million. 21 million votes as we stand here, as we go into the top of the hour. The polls are closing all over in the Midwest.
But none of those numbers includes the left coast.
Right.
Right.
Which is California.
Washington, Oregon.
It's too early to get much of a feel about the Senate and House, but according to the early projections and returns, the Republicans have flipped one Senate seat and are about 10 seats ahead, or 10 points ahead. And with the House, where you need 218 to win, right now it's 71 Republicans and 34 Democrats. So those are of great concern as well, but not a surprise because it's early.
By the way, that Delaware governor is named Matt Meyer. He's gotten 56.1% of the vote. He is the declared winner in Delaware. That's great. Congratulations, Delaware. So that's a leading indicator there, too. So that's a very good thing. Hey, we've been speaking with Eric Bauman from Los Angeles, the former California Democratic chair. And we have Terry Massel from Rancho Cucamonga, Tim Prince from San Bernardino, John Reed, you're from
Claremont.
People's
Republic of Claremont.
And Mark from the People's Republic of Yucaipa, it sounds like. We've got a lot of good results, and things are coming well. It's early on in the race, and we're just at 6 o'clock. We still have 2 hours left.
You got 2 hours to vote out there.
2 hours to vote.
And since we talked about Gigi Hanna, let me give you a quick, one of my favorite election night stories. I was in my law office in San Bernardino, and I had a few clients come in, and I just happened to mention, hey, have you voted yet in the mayor's race? And Gigi Hanna was, the city clerk's race. She was running for city clerk when she was first coming into office. And they said, no, we haven't. Well, the clients went directly to the polls from my office and voted, and it turned out the initial count on election night, when we all went to bed election night, Gigi Hanna was ahead 2 votes. So
I remember that.
Gigi Hanna had all these people like me saying, you owe your lead to me because I sent the people the difference in votes down to the polls and they voted. So.
Yep, Gigi's in a good race out there in Yucaipa, doing it well, billboards and everything else. And I can hear the music coming in. The election night music is coming in. I'm Mark Westwood on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, NBC KCAA, 1050 AM, 106.5, 92.5, KQLH, KFXM 94.1, and X 95.7. We'll be back. The news is next on KCAA.
KCAA, Loma Linda, San Bernardino, KQLH, LP, Yucaipa, Riverside, San Bernardino, KFXM, Cherry Valley, KZSX, Cherry Valley.
NBC News Radio, I'm Brian Shook. Polls are closing in over 16 states. Voting is over in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Washington, D.C., and Georgia. Georgia is the top prize in the group, one of 7 battleground states that could swing the presidential election. Vice President Harris leads Trump 86% to 12% among black voters in the state. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Florida, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana, while Vice President Harris is the projected winner in Vermont and Maryland. Senator Bernie Sanders says he's hopeful Harris will defeat Trump for the White House.
I would hope that even our conservative friends out there may disagree with me on every issue, but people like Liz Cheney, who I have nothing in common with politically, understand that Trump does not believe in the foundations of American democracy.
The independent Vermont senator spoke with reporters after casting his ballot in Burlington. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has found no evidence of widespread voter fraud in the battleground states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. A CISA official says the agency has been in close contact with state and local election officials, and no one is reporting any shady behavior at the polls. Former President Trump used social media on Tuesday to boost unsubstantiated claims of fraud in Philadelphia and Detroit. He claimed there's a heavy law enforcement presence in Philadelphia and Detroit. These voters say they can't wait until the election is over.
Unfortunately, whichever way it goes, I think there's going to be a lot of turmoil at the end of it.
There's nothing friendly about it. Too much bickering back and forth. We should be coming together.
The state of democracy and the economy are weighing heavily on voters' minds. You're listening to the latest from NBC News Radio.
Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
And now, the voices of KCAA with an exciting announcement.
Want to hear NBC News or KCAA anywhere you go? Well, now there's an app for that.
KCAA is celebrating 25 years and our silver anniversary with a brand new app.
The new KCAA app is now available on your smart device, cell phone, in your car, or any place.
Just search KCAA on Google Play or in the Apple Store.
One touch and you can listen on your car radio, Bluetooth device, Android Auto, or Apple CarPlay.
Catch the KCAA buzz in your earbuds or on the streets, celebrating 25 years of talk, news, and excellence with our new KCAA app.
Just do it and download it.
KCAA, celebrating 25 years.
One of the best ways to build a healthier local economy is by shopping locally. Teamster Advantage is a shop local program started by Teamster Local 1932 that has brought together hundreds of locally owned businesses to provide discounts for residents who make shopping locally their priority. Everything from restaurants like Corky's to fun times at SB Raceway and much, much more. If you're not currently a Teamster and you want access to these local business discounts, contact Jennifer at 909-889-8377, extension 224. Give her a call. That number again is 909-889-8377, extension 224.
AM radio provides always-on news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports. It also delivers vital emergency information when your community needs it most. A new bill in Congress would ensure AM radio stays in your car because when cell and internet services are down, this free emergency service is critical. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pau de Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on. As a result, it naturally has antifungal, anti-infection, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can be truly miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com.
KCAA and the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm always a sucker for that music. Keep it going. We love the trumpets, the NBC trumpets. It's election night 2024. Hello, everybody. You're probably driving home on the road right now, listening to KCAA, and we intend to get you the updates as soon as we get them, as fast as we get them here. We are the only live local radio station carrying network, national, state and local election results so you can hear them right here on the station that leaves no listener behind, KCAAradio.com, KCAA 1050 AM, KQOH 92.5, KFXM 94.1, X 95.7. Also on the App Store, just type in KCAA, KQOH, or KFXM, and you get an app. You can listen to it in Paris, California, or Paris, France. You can hear the election results right here on KCAA. Listener lines are going to be given to you in a little bit here. We are the station that leaves no listener behind. We're also streaming live on Rumble. As of yesterday, streaming live on Rumble. We're on many, many platforms. And so you can listen to us anyway, anyhow, any place. We also would like to introduce our panel of guests here. We are going to be hearing from Randy Corrigan later on down the road. We have our Youth Council, Robert Gonzalez, the Teamsters Communications Director, Denise Magana, KCAA News intern, Michael Angelo Camacho, a KCAA intern, and also Darren Mook, and possibly Frank Perello, who's out there providing music and photo booth duties out in our election night coverage here at the Teamsters 1932 Union headquarters. They have an election night party. Mark Orr's running around out there. We've got Eric Osario in the booth here. Welcome, everybody. We have Eric Bauman on the line, Terry Massel, Tim Prince, and John Reed. I'm Mark Westwood, and here we go to the second hour of news coverage as we see polls starting to close across the United States, as we see we have another hour and 55, maybe 51 minutes, hour and 51 minutes of news to cover before the polls close here in California, where we have a lot of local races and ballot initiatives, and lots of things going on. And running radio shows here. We just moved here. KCAA and the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, including all those stations that I mentioned, just moved into these offices less than 2 weeks ago. And we're up and running on all the stations. Kind of proud of that.
Good to have you back in your hometown of San Bernardino.
Well, thank you. Yes, it is my hometown of San Bernardino. And we have our news engineer providing refreshments to everybody here in Teamsters cups. We love that. And good. He knows what to get me later on. And the door shuts and we start. Now we get down to news, ladies and gentlemen. We have got a tight presidential race. And I look at the map. It's got a lot of red on it for electoral votes, but these states are just like my 270 to win state map was. We got Trump with North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, but no Idaho yet. That's a surprise. Texas, Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama, Kentucky, West Virginia, South Carolina, Trump states. But Kamala's going to kick in here pretty soon. And she is leading in Pennsylvania. And we don't have some of the swing states in.
A bright spot in Pennsylvania. It's now up to 18% of the votes in, and Kamala is 61%.
Wow. So she's going to take Pennsylvania, I think. This trend.
That's the key.
That's the key. And there's a lot of electoral votes there. Mm-hmm. A lot of electoral votes. She had a great rally last night, her closing rally in Philadelphia.
She did, and nobody talked about it. We saw some of the photos and coverage coming out of MSNBC,
right?
But nothing in the news today. I mean, I have no idea how big that crowd was, but I haven't seen a crowd like that since Obama.
It was huge. We had Ricky Martin there. We had Lady Gaga there. We had all kinds of things there, and I got to tell you, we got all kinds of things going on here. I know the guys are hungry here, and tacos are coming in room for the party, but you can't put them on the table here. I'm sorry. We're going to have to take a break and wait for the tacos. I'm sorry. I got to call that shot here. We're not munching on the air. Sorry about that. That's what I get for inviting this bunch in here.
Speaking of Pennsylvania, the fact that she did the last talk on the Rocky Stairs, I think that was so appropriate because she came in sort of as an underdog. And she's had quite a fight, and she's been prevailing. And I'm really proud of what she's done.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, and she is doing pretty well. Last hour we reported that Harris was leading in New Hampshire, 54% to 45%. In Connecticut, she's leading. In New Jersey, she's leading 68% to 29%. And like we were reporting in Pennsylvania, what was that last number you gave us in Pennsylvania?
62%.
60%. In Ohio, she's leading. So these are all states that could be blue very shortly. The polls have closed there about an hour ago, and we will see what's going on here. That's for sure. We have a lot to report on here, and Terry Massel from the Rancho Democratic Club. Are you excited about this election?
I really am, but as you were going down that list of the red states that they've all taken, I just always find myself wondering, why do we need 2 Dakotas?
Well,
I think combined they have less population than San Bernardino County.
And they get 4 senators.
And they get 4 senators.
And California only gets 2 senators, and we have 40 million people.
The 2 Dakotas, Iowa, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, and Nebraska has about the same population as Los Angeles County. And they have 14 senators, and we have to share our 2 with 30 million other people.
And we have one up, Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff is running against Garvey, Steve Garvey.
Steve Garvey. You know, I ran a 5K with him years ago when he was still playing ball. You know,
yeah.
I did the 10K. He cut out at the 5K.
All right. Well, you guys take it for a few minutes. I'm Mark West. I'm going to step out of the studio just for a moment to see how things are going. And we may join the network here in a little bit to get some network news too. So I'm going to hand it over to Tim Prince.
We'll just have to see if the Republicans put into practice their beliefs about Joe Biden's age, that he was too old to possibly even think about another term of the presidency. Are they going to not apply that standard to Trump, who will be 82 at the end of his term? Are they not going to apply that standard to Steve Garvey, who is in his late 70s, I believe? You know, the hypocrisy runs thick. Democrats listen to grassroots folks and others that thought Joe Biden was not viable due to his age. So when we take their advice, are they going to apply it to themselves?
And the scary part is if Trump does not make it to the end of his term, we'll end up with J.D. Vance.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, I didn't mean to keep you up at nights. I'm mentioning that, but he is scarier than Trump and smarter than Trump.
I just want to see if there's a way that Trump's going to figure out if he wins to fire his vice president, because I don't think they're going to get along for 3 months.
Maybe somebody's going to remind him that J.D. called him Hitler.
Well, I wonder if he's going to get his own brand of eyeliner, too.
Well, that's true. That's true. He's just...
To digress a little bit, I just want to qualify something with Steve Garvey. I was a teenager when I ran that. I don't want you to think I'm in my upper 70s.
Hey, you know what? I'm always going to have a place in my heart for Steve Garvey and all those Dodgers of my childhood. There was nothing more fun than listening to a Dodger game growing up in San Bernardino.
Well,
but he was also, you know, Mr. All-American, and yet how many affairs did he have? He's got a love child. I mean, he is not the pure person everybody thought he was.
Well, the Republican Party is not the pure party that we thought they were.
Arnold.
I always gave the Republican Party credit for at least paying attention to family values and morals, and now clearly it's the Democrats that care about those things.
You know, speaking of the sports back then, we had so many heroes. I remember my brother Bob, he took me to see Jerry West. The Lakers came out.
Oh, yes.
And the guy was just phenomenal and really personable. You know, he made sure that he said hi to the kids and made us feel like we were a part of this thing. And I think that's something that we really need to get back to, not just in politics, but in the sports we have. We've kind of lost our way where these people were supposed to be heroes, and now, you know, they're just taking turns going in and out of prison.
We need more LeBron James.
Yes.
Isn't he? He has an entire high school that he's financed and promised every single kid who graduates that he will pay for their college. I mean, he's put hundreds of millions of dollars into this. Just amazing.
Yes.
It is amazing. Well, we've talked about how long a night it's going to be. Do you think these initial returns change your mind any? That I think the majority of us sitting here now all think we're going to know something tonight. But how about you, Terry? Do you think?
No, I think it's still way too early. I want to see what's going to happen in Arizona. I think that's kind of a key one. I think we need to keep watching Pennsylvania, as if we're getting better numbers, they're staying where it's at. I want to hear from the blue wall.
Right.
Make sure we hold the blue wall. You know.
I think back in the 2020 election when Arizona was called early by Fox, and all the trouble, a whole bunch of their listeners or viewers switched to Newsmax overnight. They were so angry, and it says a lot that if you can't handle facts, you're going to have trouble dealing in life. And facts, they don't lie, and they're not left and they're not right. They're just facts.
On the other hand, one of my favorite politicians of all time, though I didn't agree with them all too often, was Senator Alan Simpson, a Republican from Wyoming, who has famously said that if you torture statistics long enough, eventually they'll confess.
That's right. Well, I like what Lucy said to Charlie Brown. How many times does 5 go into 4? And Charlie Brown says, 5 doesn't go into 4. He says, if you push it hard enough, it does.
Good one. What about you, Tim? What do you think?
Well, I think it's a little tougher to think that we're all going to go to sleep knowing, given the early returns, but I'm still sticking to my position. That's my position, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. Well, I'm really hoping that all the positive energy that we've been seeing for the last few months really pays off. I'm not really big into the polls because they've been wrong so often. And not all polls are equal. Some are better than others. Some just, I think some get bought out for certain people. But where we are tonight is really going to say what's there. And my gut feeling is Kamala's going to take this thing. It's going to be late in the night, early in the morning. A few of these races, like, California, we always take, 2 weeks afterwards to finish counting all the votes. So
I give it about an hour, and then we're going to have what they've been calling the red mirage, meaning that Trump's going to be ahead, and he's going to declare victory. It's over. I've won.
Right.
And then when they can't count all those absentee ballots, all those mail-in ballots, and he loses, he's going to claim it's fraud. He did the same thing in 2020. He'll be doing the same thing tonight.
It's almost going to be like a little microcosm of what we've been dealing with the last few months. The polls put Joe Biden behind Trump, so the Republicans were emboldened early on, and then when Kamala got in the race, the Democrats surged ahead, and there was all this momentum for the vice president. And then that fizzled a little bit, and Trump came back up, and then recently the last-minute surge was Kamala back on top by most polls, but of course very close.
Yeah, 538. Nate Silver, 538, has been showing he runs 100 different possibilities of how this thing could turn out based on the numbers that he has. One thing really good about Nate, one of the things he first did when he became a popular guy about 8 years ago or so, is he looked at all the different polls, looked at the methodology, looked at the size of the polls, the way the questions were asked, who they're getting. I mean, it just did an amazing job at looking at all these things, and then would come out not doing any polling himself, but based on the polls that are out there, what will happen. And up until recently, he's always had Trump ahead as far as the best out of 100. And currently, he has Kamala at 50 out of 100 and Trump at 49 out of 100 cases. So that's exciting that happened. I think the problem is, again, we're going to have another case. I think Trump's going to be the popular vote loser again.
Right.
Probably by about 10 million.
I think that's probably about right.
I think 7 million of that's going to come out of California.
Yeah.
But, and again, we're going to have a popular vote loser, and if he does win, and I think what's important about that, if you look at the Dobbs decision overturning Roe's, if you realize that 5 out of the 6 justices who ruled to overturn Roe were appointed by presidents who lost the popular vote.
That's correct.
And confirmed by a Senate that represented a minority of Americans by about 40 million. So, I mean, we're getting pretty close to apartheid.
And for a frame of reference, how does your prediction of 10 million compare to the popular vote that Hillary won over Trump?
For 3 under Hillary, I think we're just seeing a bigger divide, and I think something definitely has to be done with the Electoral College.
Yes.
Unfortunately, those who hold the power, Wyoming, an elector in Wyoming only represents about 200,000 people. Yeah, a regular elector is going to represent over 700,000 people. They have the power.
One of the things that it's always driving me nuts is when people say, when it comes to electoral college, well, we don't want 1 or 2 states picking the president. That's why we don't want the popular vote. And really, that's an oxymoron.
It really is.
Because the popular vote isn't just one state, it's the whole nation. And so I think that's important. Is Eric still on the line with us?
I'm here.
Yeah. Why don't you jump in?
Well, excuse me. I had gotten up for a second, and then I couldn't get hold of Sirius. Anyway, that said, I think we're in a tough point tonight. Is it possible that Kamala could pull this thing out? Yes. Is it possible that he could pull it out? Yes. And it's, if you pay attention to, well, I'll just pick an example. Say CNN, because they're fond of calling elections early. If they say the state of Mark has won, there's no way to step that back. The minute you say it, people who support that side grab it.
Right.
And this is problematic because, we need to get people together. And
we are the United States of America, not the divided States of America. Is that what you're saying, Eric?
Yeah, sure. I like Barack Obama's. Yeah. There's no red America. There's no blue America. There's only the United States of America,
which is purple.
Well, a lot of people in the middle of the road.
Well, frankly, when I was in the Army, we were green. We were not blue. We weren't red. We were green.
Well, there's another problem with it, too, is, the polls are still open for another good hour and a half in California and most Western states. And, calling elections tenuous that are too close to call really, I think, dampens the vote in California. It doesn't encourage anybody to rush out and vote. You'd think it might, but it's been proven that when they hear election results, whether they like them or not, they feel defeated or they feel it's not necessary.
Yeah, the job's done.
The job's done, and so we lose more influence out here in the Golden State.
Especially for the down tickets.
Right.
Absolutely. And, it is too early to call. These states that we're looking at the map, I could have told you 3, 4, 5 months ago would be red states.
The thing I just heard today for the first time is they're making a distinction between too early to call and too close to call. there's actually a distinction. In other words, they don't have enough votes in to make the call. It's too early to call. If it's too close to call, that's different. And this is the first year.
Well, it's exactly the counting of the votes. If it's too early to count the votes, they haven't counted enough votes yet. That's too early to call. If it's too close to call, they've counted most of the votes, but they just can't determine because on either side that it's very, very close.
Right.
So there's a big determination there, and it sounds the same, like millions and billions, but it's not anywhere close. If it's too close to call, we got an issue. If it's too early to call, just sit back and relax.
Exactly.
Let me jump in here with an update on Pennsylvania. That seems to be one of the more interesting places so far tonight. We now have 25% of the vote in, with Kamala Harris now down to 56% to Donald Trump's 43%. So we saw a little surge, and now we're pulling back a little bit. Of course, that's not surprising as more votes come in, but...
just like Georgia, it's the different areas of the state that they count.
Right.
And in Georgia right now, Kamala's not doing too well. But I suspect in areas where, Raphael Warnock won, in areas where Joe Biden pulled it out by 11,347 votes last presidential election, we might see some surprises there. The Georgia surprise. I'm counting on Georgia. And,
Georgia's on your mind.
Yeah, Georgia. It's a good state, by the way. It's a beautiful state.
Have they counted Fulton yet? County? Because I think that's going to be a big one towards blue.
Yeah. So we're going to take a break here in just a minute. I'm going to give you some stats here. Just got them in from my data support group over here. Vermont, with 50% of the vote counted, 61% for Harris, 35% for Trump. We, just like those red votes, those red states, are now seeing the blue states starting to come in. New Jersey, 48% in Harris, 54.4% to Trump's 43.9%. And New Jersey's not exactly a progressive liberal state. They are not.
Not progressive, but
definitely not.
A democratic state.
A working state. North Carolina with 50%, still too close to call there. 50%, 50.4% for Trump, 48.5% for Harris. There's less than a point there. Less than a point. New Hampshire, with 29% of the vote, 53% for Harris, 45% for Trump. In Missouri, with 16% of the vote, show me Harris at 56%.
In Missouri.
To 42%. Guess what's on the ballot?
Abortion.
Yep, exactly. What's on the ballot? And here are these states. Mississippi. Well, that's as expected. 57% Trump, 40% Harris. 46% Harris.
Yeah, Mississippi.
But you know what? She's doing a good showing there. That's a good showing in Missouri and Mississippi.
Close only counts in horseshoes.
Yes.
Yeah, really. Have we talked about the impact of the 10 states with abortion-related ballot measures?
We briefly referred to it in the first hour, yes. And you want to make a point there, or just wanted to know if we were taking inventory or what? Yeah, but we have. And that is going to very much affect the turnout, because women are going to turn out. Rovember is what they're calling it. Exactly. And by and large, women are upset. Because it's not just being able to have a late-term abortion, which is not the case. It's about getting the proper, reproductive health care when you have an ectopic pregnancy. We have an ectopic presidency if Trump gets in. Ectopic presidency. Those things, women could die. And there are some states that it's so serious that women are so regulated, and they want to regulate them even if they leave the state, that they're pretty upset. Harris has gone up to 60%, 62 electoral votes, by the way. That's before the break. She now has 62 electoral votes. Rhode Island and New York are called for Kamala Harris.
Wow.
Rhode Island and New York. Okay. Also, I'll give you these stats, and then we're going to go to break, and we're going to do the news, and we're going to go to the network for a little while. Massachusetts, Harris is 63%. Trump is at 33%. Maine, 49% Harris. Trump, 48%.
Oh, that's close.
1% difference. Exactly. Kentucky, 63% Trump, 34% Harris. That's to be expected. 82% of the vote. Kansas, 41% of the vote. Harris is 51% to 47% for Trump.
I wonder
Kansas.
Kansas.
Right.
I wonder if
Where's
Dorothy.
David Bruck when you need him?
That's right. And lastly, Indiana, Trump, 59%, and Harris, 38%. Some interesting things. We haven't had a call in Iowa yet, which was leading 3 percentage points as of the weekend to the Des Moines Register poll, a very well thought of poll. So this race is going to get interesting. It's going to stay interesting tonight. It's going to stay something you want to watch.
So stay tuned.
So stay tuned. KCAA 1050 AM, KCAAradio.com, on the App Store. It's KCAA. It's the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, streaming live on Rumble. We're also on the broadcast network with KQLH 92.5, X95.7, KFXM 94.1, 1050 AM, KCAA 106.5 FM, the stations that leave no listener behind on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. We'll be back soon.
KCAA. This is an NBC News Radio special report, Decision 2024. Polls are closed in many states as former President Trump is the projected winner in Florida, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana, while Vice President Harris is the projected winner in Vermont, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Harris is in D.C., where her campaign is holding an election night event at her alma mater, Howard University. Meanwhile, former President Trump is in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. As Election Day winds down, some lines at polling locations are still long. Correspondent Gadi Schwartz spoke on the wait on the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe about 90 minutes before polls in the state were set to close.
A lot of people voting here. The line is hundreds of people. It goes all the way around, and it's about 70, 80 minutes right now.
I'm Brian Shook.
Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
They said this was their top issue. On State of Democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test. What is the state of democracy?
That's exactly right.
It would probably be better framed as what do you think the state of the country is? Yeah. Do you think that this is a high-stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are responding to and perhaps why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the closing arguments of both of these campaigns. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris try to argue that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were the quote-unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question. Are we judging a president, or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely, and the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
A challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate, and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate, and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%, so she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state, and it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him, of course.
Well, the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire campaign, including in her interview with Hallie, has been asked over and over again, how will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that, in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something that's been a challenge for her.
She also cited, I think it was your interview, she cited history, the fact that typically vice presidents, don't.
Yeah, that's right. That was our colleague, Peter
Yeah.
Alexander, I think, if I'm remembering that one correctly. In a pull-aside with her several weeks ago. But she said, listen, typically vice presidents don't go after, their boss, if you will, their president. She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration.
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind. And boy, the Trump
Keeping in mind, her campaign's been, 108?
Well, right, but that's
days,
about, that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, they had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process, being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long, they were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room, it's unencrypted, and so they actually get the data up there and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room, and then all of the day of votes get tabulated over in these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. We've got a projection to tell you about. The state of Illinois, Kamala Harris, as expected, takes it. So that's a Midwest hold for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's look at the breakdown here. Half the vote in, and it looks like it will be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out one more state on our road to 270 map, the state of Illinois going to Kamala Harris. Let's go to Tom Yamas. You're in North Carolina, where we just heard straight from the horse's mouth, Buncombe County right there, Asheville. It's been through so much with Hurricane Helene, and Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you calling him a horse? That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not. Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse. He's a handsome man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties, we can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second. Here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods, where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting. I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop-off there. That's actually better news for the president, because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out. Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need to drive up the vote here. It is a majority-minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be in Charlotte. So not enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital. Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala Harris slightly overperforming President Biden with 76% of the vote. Whoops, that was a mistake. Let me go back to North Carolina here. Here we go. Okay. Right over here, Durham, this is where Duke University is. 85% of the vote is in. 81%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden. Slightly overperforming there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. Slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This is Nash County. This is Governor Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the North Carolina Black Belt, where you have those counties with high percentages of African-American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden it went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top. And you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner in North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of the historically black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here. But we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, you know we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody in that, no matter who you're rooting for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold. In New York, it passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. Let's bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like, and so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. But you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
And forgive me, let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against?
1 for, 1 against. And so we'll see how that one shakes out.
So which one wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one that
majority?
has the one that has the majority. But we don't have enough in to make a call on that.
And of course,
one
there have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier, the threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men, the under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris, and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now, 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. There was no question of what I wanted to be. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
NBC News election coverage across every platform.
Closer to the Gaza border. The story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
A new day has dawned. The Detroit Lions are now on a path to become the kings of the championship jungle. Oh, we got the heavenly host Sunday night in Houston. Lions, Texans, Sunday night football.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, as we come out of the commercial break, a new characterization here in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk now calling this race too close to call. Kamala Harris leading right now with 34% in, but again, too close to call. We also have a new characterization on the state of Michigan with its 15 electoral votes. That will also go down in the too close to call column. These aren't surprises. These are states that we thought would keep us up late, and they will.
They will. They'll live up to their billing. We're also watching key Senate races, key House races. The balance of power in both houses of Congress are hanging in the balance. We've got Kristen Walker keeping her eye on some of those results.
Yes, Savannah, and some of these races are incredibly close as well. Let's take a look. We're going to start in Wisconsin. This is one of those races where Senator Tammy Baldwin, looking for a third term, was out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we are. This race, too close to call. She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL star, making this a more competitive race than anticipated in red Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that. And the Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Again, this is too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at how the spread is in the Senate. Republicans, again, have picked up one seat, with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race, really significant, guys, and one to watch.
All right, we've got a call in the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to call at this hour.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll pause there. Let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270. The map filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we are kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour, but let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes, so we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada, rolling their dice. We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote.
Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips.
We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. I have some bad news if you like to sleep in this state. We're maybe about 5 minutes before the polls close, or do they? And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned, in Reno. This is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, registrar of voters. If you come this way, you can see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state. Southern Nevada, there's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough machines per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate sort of in person, they can tabulate the early voting, they can tabulate the mail-in ballots, but they can't release any of that data until the last person has left the line, which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county. People vote the issues. They vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is a third of the electorate in this state, higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks, we're not sure which way they're going to vote, which has been confounding pundits. And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves and what exactly the numbers mean. I've spoken to both campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, a little more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But unfortunately, I think not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in the Silver State. Savannah.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state where Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, no vote in. Obviously, it's still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some population centers there. And this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to...
KCAA, Loma Linda, San Bernardino, KQLH, LP, Ukaipa, Riverside, San Bernardino, KQLH, LP2, Beaumont, Banning, Cherry Valley, KFXM, Cherry Valley, Banning, Beaumont, KZSX, Cherry Valley, Banning, Beaumont, with NBC News and live with Mark Westwood.
And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with his plan.
KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, 92.5 KQLH, KFXM 94.1, and X95.7 on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm Mark Westwood with election night coverage here in San Bernardino from the brand new KCAA studios and the studios of all these other radio stations on the network. And here we are with the youngsters, the young people here. We have Sam Works, Denise Magana, Robert Gonzalez, and Michael Angelo Camacho are going to chime in and tell us from the youth perspective and report from the youth perspective for the next half hour on this election. Election night 2024, historic. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with Sam Works. Good evening, Sam.
I'm very excited to be here. I will only be here for about 10 minutes. But overall, I spoke to my teacher when I was over in like middle school and stuff, and this was during the elections and everything. And I asked him if he voted, and he was like, "Yes, I did." But at the end of the day, because he used to be former military, and he says, "No matter who wins, that will be my president." Right, and that kind of like took me a step back, because I know a lot of people are very passionate on who wants to win, and they have strong values and views. But at the end of the day, whoever wins is going to be our president, and that's just the end of the story. So it's just kind of how you got to adjust to it. Super excited for tonight. I know everyone's kind of like hanging on the edge of the chairs, But I think since we're the youngsters here, and my message to us is, when it comes to this, just make sure we're very aware and just educated on what's going on and what's happening, and look towards the future. We can't be looking towards the past, looking at the past. And so it's very important that we do that.
I mean, I would have to agree with that. I mean, the only thing that you can do is control yourself and how you react to that sort of thing. And going out there and making your voice heard is one of the most important things that you can do. And then, I mean, I feel like when you do sort of these like stressful elections, like the past one and this one, there's so much writing in the in-between, in the limbo, that it's just kind of like, it's just stressful. And I think that there's a lot of things that the younger community can, I think, like see that, where it's just like our anxiety just goes real high. So I think that we can only do is control ourselves, control our vote, and control, like, not the outcome, but what we choose to do with what happens. So, I mean, that's what I would say. Just be calm.
Yeah, I couldn't like agree with you guys even more. I think, like you said, we can't control the outcome, but I think we can help influence it, definitely. Like, I think each one of us know of at least 3 to 4 people, like 3 to 5 people, right? So it's like making sure they're registered to vote, making sure, and despite who you're going to vote for, I think voting in any election, whether it's your local race, whether it's your presidential race, your Senate race, it all matters. And for me personally, I was also talking to my teacher this morning, and it's like local elections are so important. It decides your water bill, your light bill, it decides your taxes, the sales tax. So I think in that case, we could, decide the outcomes of so many things. And I'm also super nervous for tonight because I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know that at the end of the day, we all have each other. And I think we've already survived one Trump administration. I think we can survive another. But I'd rather not see that. And, proudly so. I think definitely us young people, we can mobilize to make things better. Like, we grew up in a time where we know how to mobilize. We've been through COVID-19 pandemic. We have been through a Trump administration. So I think we can hit the nail on it this time again.
Like, what else is there that we can't go through?
World War III.
That's about it.
Yeah.
No.
So that's going to be
those
interesting.
Extremes. Yeah. I was talking to this guy, and he just makes lots of money, and he was like, no matter which president was during this time, like, I've always made money. Right. And a lot of times people vote for a certain president just based on certain specific things, but at the end of the day, you have to look at the overall, like what their proposal for everything is, not just like your taxes, you know what I mean? Because that's just one factor of your life. And so we have to look at the overall, the majority of your life, and what you want to be done, not just for you, but for your family and for your future generations,
Yeah, and I think we also need to realize that who we're voting for grew up in different times than we grew up in. Like, I think Trump and Harris definitely grew up in a different time than us. Like, we're growing up in the midst of a housing crisis, climate change. A lot of us cannot afford to pay rent anymore. Some of us, buying a home is so far away, and I think back then was easier. Yeah, right. So it's like these things, I think people have this idea that like young folks don't worry about that, but we do, because we see the of what can be done, right? So
So I have a question for all of us, and we can just take turns going down the line.
Let's start with Michelangelo.
we can start with Michelangelo here.
We also have Eric in the booth.
Yes,
okay.
Mr. Eric is our board op tonight, so thank you for him. So the question to all of us is, what is one thing that we are looking forward to in this election, and what is something that we hope to see in the future that help get fixed? Like, what's important to you that you're really looking forward for?
Right.
Honestly, just growth in your community. You get me? Because I feel like what it really comes down to really is everybody coming together. You get me? And nothing's really gonna change until, you get me, we do that. You get me? And you take those steps. You get me? To be a part of something, yourself. You get me? That's all I really got, towards that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to it being over. I really want it to be over.
Sure. Yeah, I can agree with that.
And I think I would just want someone that's going to take care of who's coming up. Think about the younger ones.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, I think I could agree to that too. I cannot wait for the text messages and the phone calls to be over, because like I'm a last minute voter. I don't know why, although I know I get my ballot months ahead, but it's like I just voted yesterday, and it's funny. And it's funny because I just stopped receiving messages yesterday, so it's like they know you just voted. So
right.
I mean, another thing I'm looking forward to is definitely just politics being boring again. I think
boring again. That's funny.
Yeah, because I think
it's funny that you guys both mentioned that you guys both just voted, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's honestly a smart decision, and the reason why is because of how much they go back and forth. You get me? Like, and to be able to actually like sit back and watch, you get me, before you make that decision, I feel is very important.
Yeah.
All the cards are out.
Yes, exactly.
The last thing you want to do is vote for someone like,
yeah, then they pull something out of their sleeve.
Down.
Yeah.
You're gonna hate yourself.
I wouldn't beat myself up over that, too much because that's just my look at it.
That's funny.
Yeah.
What about you, Eric?
I don't got cable. I can't watch news.
I actually don't have
he
cable
knows that
either.
He wants to throw it in my face every time.
I just like to tease you, buddy.
Don't they have it on Netflix or nah?
No.
Nah, I'll wait for that to come out.
There you go. Yeah, I too just voted a couple of days ago.
Right.
Yeah, I was waiting for my girlfriend because she wants me to do everything with her. So I'm like, all right, you have your ballot? She's like, yeah. I was like, all right, we got to go turn in. We got to turn in. And she always has it at her house. I always have it in my car. I'm like, hey, I'm ready when you are. And it was her first time voting, so super proud of her. She was super excited. And I think the thing that troubles me the most, though, is it's not about the presidency as much as, to me, the propositions. Because like you said, it's very localized, and that affects you a lot more than what happens around the nation, right? And so I was looking at these propositions, and for one thing, when they advertise all this stuff, like, they will give you a summary of what these propositions like stand for. But if you don't go on the government website and read like what it is, what it means, the pros, the cons, the arguments, it can be a totally different thing. And a lot of people, they just kind of go, they're like, I don't want to say they're sheep, but they just kind of go, like, younger people usually tend to follow their parents or their peers, right? So if your parents are, proposition no on 3 or whatever, like, they're like, okay, yeah, no on 3, just because of what they hear, it's what's getting fed into their brain. So like me and my lady, we went down to every single proposition and we read the summary, what it means, the arguments, the pros, the cons, and like I know for a fact, and it sucks to say, a lot of people don't do that. I just encourage that more people should do that, right? Because you want to. It really is like life changing. So if it's gonna change your life, you want to make sure you know what it's doing. Right.
One powerful tool I think a lot of people don't utilize, and there's this cool like device called a phone, and there's also a cool thing that's called Google.
Right.
So I don't think like I agree with you 100%. I think one of our most powerful tools is education, and I think we don't utilize that as much. Like it's super easy to Google what's a prop right now? 36, right? Yeah. Like, what's Prop 36? What does it do? How does it harm or help me? And also, if you believe in any of like organizations, like maybe like a Democratic Party, Republican Party, labor organization, check to see if they've endorsed it or check to see if they've supported it. So I think, or if you're an environmental voter, right? Check where the enviros are standing on it. Yeah. I think that's a very good way to try to educate yourself, right? And then people are like, oh, I don't have time. I don't do this. I don't do that. I stand in the Starbucks line for 13 minutes for an overpriced coffee. You know, I'm like, you can take 2 minutes to Google something.
Yeah.
I just think a lot of people make excuses to like not research stuff, but I'm one of those voters where I'm like, yeah, you can tell me what to vote for, but I'm going to do my own research and I'm going to see what I, decided. So
yeah, I mean, I feel like also with how you're saying that a lot of people are like misinformed or something, I feel like it's me personally, my anxiety is like running at all times.
Yeah.
So it's like it kind of I would assume for some people the unknown is better leaving it unknown than being like let me take a minute and look this up, right? But it's just like, I mean, it's so easy to inform yourself and to just be like, even just like a quick like Google of like, okay, maybe, and it's just that little seed of doubt it's so easy to just solve it that it's like you don't need to.
Talking about seed of doubt, I think my biggest issue with me personally is like that seed of doubt is just weighs me down, and sometimes I don't even look. Like, like for example, it's kind of on the same track, but like if I go out one night and I'm spending a lot of money, the next day I do not want to look at my bank account.
you know what I mean? That's so me.
So you have this,
and I'm the opposite. I have to look.
Really,
I have
and
to
that's
look.
good because like for that your character, like if you hear something and you're like, if you're curious about it, then you're gonna look it up, you're gonna do your research. If you feel passionate about something, kind of like the election or propositions, you're gonna look it up, you're gonna do your research. As far as the presidency goes, there's so much to learn though. Like that is education, schooling within itself. It's not just something, I looked it up on Google once, because you can go on Google and you can look up one thing, and then you can go on Google and look up the exact opposite, and you're gonna get answers for both sides. And it's just like nonstop. You gotta do your research, you gotta dig, and it's very exhausting. And realistically, I think that's why people are just like, okay, if my fellow, my peers, if they're voting for this person, then I'm just gonna follow them because they know what they're doing and they know what they're talking about, And so there's just so much to learn, especially in this election. And I mean, it's life-changing, right? So it's not going to be just a quick search.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be, like, life-changing no matter who wins. Like, I think...
History in the making, for sure.
Yeah, like, it's going to be history if Trump wins because he's a convicted felon. And then it's, like, it's going to be history if Kamala wins because she's going to be the first female president and first female black president. So I think that's history in itself. And somebody was telling me in the election watch party here was that we have, like, Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's the Supreme Court black justice, right? Yes. Newly appointed. And if Harris would win, she would swear in Harris. 2 black women would be on that podium. So I'm just like, wow, that would be historic, right? But also talking about like anxiety, I have anxiety too. Today is 1,000 because it's like I'm scared of Trump winning, but I'm also scared of him losing because of how his voters would react. Yeah. Like, are we gonna have another January 6th? Yeah. So that's
gonna be worse.
It's gonna be worse. Yeah. I don't know what's
double time, baby. No, I'm just kidding.
The sequel.
It's like the Trump voters strike back or something.
Is that why you have your red hat just ready to go, Sam?
Oh yeah, you're funny. Let me pull it out. No.
Actually, no. Did you wear it earlier? Huh? Did you wear it today?
I don't wear hats.
Oh, okay. I saw somebody with a red hat that came in, and then I was like, that's probably Trump supported, but it said something else.
That was actually Sam.
Was it Sam?
Sam's Obey hat.
Yeah. I got one for all you guys.
I had an Obey hat that I had to stop wearing when Trump won because I didn't want to be
right. You don't want people thinking,
yeah. It's just like red now just triggers me.
Yeah,
I'm just like, wow. I'm
also,
just like,
it's so crazy the way that you have to be careful with what you say and what you do. Yeah. And it's just like, damn.
Yeah.
Well, that's how it was for going back. It's just actions have consequences. That's the biggest thing. But now it's like definitely.
I mean, obviously not. If you're about to be president with everything that he's saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
he said some crazy stuff that I don't even want to repeat on here. But it's just like, it concerns me.
Yeah. You're just sitting there like, how are you getting away with this right now?
Yeah.
And it's just like the word vomit just goes.
Because if it was anyone else who's not a billionaire, who doesn't have the Trump name, you'd be in prison by now, So it's like, I don't know. It's pretty interesting. What are your thoughts?
Honestly, like the saying goes, money moves mountains, obviously. I mean, we're seeing that every day. I mean, I just look at him like a businessman. I feel like he's looking at it. as like America's a business.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, he would sell this country for $1 million if he was able to.
Oh yeah.
Like
a lot more.
Yeah, well, a lot more for sure. He's a businessman, right? Or so he says. I read an article yesterday that like he has so many failed businesses or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's still a billionaire. So I don't even know what's going on with that. Like everything about him is just like
Just
I hope,
shady.
Yeah, like after this election, I hope we never have to hear Trump again.
I hope.
You know.
Oh my God! Like when he said that he was like, "This is the last time that I run." I'm
Yeah.
like, "Can you sign it?" Can you
Yeah,
sign
right.
off?
Like, can you sign the
Can you
contract?
sign off?
Yeah.
Can
Get
you
the fine print.
Do
Yeah.
you promise?
Right. Like, oh my God, it's
Oh my
very
God.
scary. Yeah.
Also, the whole thing that he's like Sleepy Joe or whatever because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like old. I'm
Yeah.
like, you're not young, sir.
Yeah, that was actually funny though. I'd give him that. That was actually funny. Whenever I see Joe Biden, all that sticks into me. I'm a comms person, so like it's a catch line, you know. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
Sleepy Joe. That's a good tagline. But no one can make anything up for Trump. Like felon Trump has not stuck.
Yeah.
Sleepy Trump can't work. Like
Yeah.
nothing can work with him. The only thing that can work is if we vote him down. So I
Yeah.
think that's the only issue. That's the only thing that we can do. But his base is just so cultish. Like,
And I think
Oh, for
also
sure.
also it's that they're so loud.
yeah.
Like you can't like it's just like a influx of like you're wrong and I'm right, and you will never be right. This is about me and what I think and what I say. And it's just like even driving here this morning, the amount of flags.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
And it's just like there's so many people, but then also you think and you're like, is it that there's a lot of people or is it just because they're real loud?
Yeah, I mean, there's this thing, I don't know if you guys heard it, but like the silent voters, like where they won't tell you if they're voting for Harris or Trump or any other people, but they're going to show up and vote no matter what. That's what I'm hopeful for. I'm
Yeah.
hopeful that like,
that those are the ones who
swing
make
it.
that turn.
Yeah, because we all know
and
who
I'll,
everyone.
and I'll let you know about that. I'm one of those.
We're looking at one right
I'm
now.
gonna let nobody know how
Right.
I'm voting right now.
Yeah.
Richard.
And
We were
people
just
like
talking about
by
that
the way, I'm in the
yesterday
house.
during the talent show. We were speaking on that. I'm not going to tell you guys who I voted for,
Right.
but
Yeah. No,
I put my ballot in.
and that's cool because I like that because everyone knows who I voted for, right? Harris.
Yeah.
So it's like, and I'm assuming you voted for Harris.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it's like like that's like 50%. Then there's like 50% Trump, and then there's like that little in between.
Yeah.
And
where it's
you know
like-
why those people aren't voting? Because they have family members and things that happened to them in the
Yes.
past, and it actually affected their lives after these elections. So
Yeah.
I had to be quiet, so I could
Oh,
keep
wow.
my family.
I know. That's also the crazy thing is like such like the way he has caused such a division is so insane to me that I'm just like I can't compute it. It was
Yeah.
like we were so cool, calm, collected, and then suddenly it was like no,
Yeah.
everybody came out of the woodwork,
Yeah.
and I was like, how about we go back?
Yeah, yeah. It's like everyone. Like, my thing is like people were like, "Oh, there's so many Trump supporters," but my argument is those Trump supporters always existed.
Oh,
They were
yeah.
just waiting for, like that they call him the Messiah. Like they were just waiting. Yeah, they were just waiting for Trump.
Well, they may disappear. Well, so like imagine like a football team that's made it all the way to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Then you have all of these fans that show up and they're like, yeah, and then they lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, like I never vote. So let's hope.
The bandwagon.
Yes, let's hope.
Bandwagon.
I'm just have some positive, hoping that it's not going to be all negative after this. We know January 6th happened. Our country should be prepared for something that could possibly happen like that again.
We should have been prepared at that moment. Actually.
Absolutely. Now it's a different person in there, so hopefully they won't let that occur.
Yeah.
And they're watching.
Well,
So
because also earlier when we were looking at the poll stuff, there was like non-credible like bomb threats in Arizona where I was just like, okay,
burning polling
Yeah.
place. Yeah, where they're putting the what was it where they turn into polling in little polling spots where like looks like a little mailbox or whatever.
Oh, the
right?
voting booth.
yeah,
voting
yeah,
boxes,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I use, and I was a little bit afraid because
I was scared.
but I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I dropped mine off with the people.
I did
'Cause
too. Yeah, I was scared to go alone.
I know.
Yeah, which sucks
was-
because it's like when I first voted in the Trump and Biden race, that was my first election.
Same.
I was not scared. Now,
No.
after January 6th, I'm scared.
They're scary.
Yeah.
So My scary time was during the Bush years, right? So like I kind of grew up during that, and I was doing archaeology out in the desert. All you could hear was that kind of stuff, all that rhetoric from Clear Channel, and then then Trump came along, and I realized that. You know what? Bush wasn't so.
It can get worse.
Yeah,
it can get worse.
Yeah. So like then like the people realized 4 years in that we needed a change. So I have confidence in them.
Yeah.
And some hope tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and it's not just like the presidential race; it's the Senate races, it's the House races. Like, let's say Trump wins, right? Knock on wood, he doesn't.
No.
And then there's like, he wins, but people have to understand that like he can't do much. He can do a lot, but he can't do much if he doesn't have Congress on his side, right? At the end of the day, Congress controls the money and how it's spent, and then Trump signs off of it. So like, but my only issue with that is like people need help and people need help now. So it's like then we're gonna have this stalemate at the White House. Like I don't want that to happen. So I don't know.
The only thing that would be scary was like if he can appoint more judges. Because it's like
the Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court is real red currently.
Yeah.
And there are judges that are looking like we're coming up on the retirement.
Well, you would think, and then Ruth Bader Ginsburg just decided, no, I'm going to stay on here until she thought she had it in her. No,
she held on, man.
Yeah.
She held on, and I said, Ruth, please.
Yeah, I was praying that she just left. But.
You better get to your polling spot, team. We're getting close at 7:21. We're counting down. I can't wait to see the early results. So we'll get the mail-in ballot results coming in.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably have to wait until 9-ish, right, to get
California
some.
does it pretty fast.
Yeah. And let's hope it's not one of those races like Sandra Barr for council in San Bernardino last year, where it in the beginning it started out she lost.
Yeah.
And I was like, but then later slowly built back up and won. Like, wow. Right. So
that's also scary though.
Yes,
because,
yes, it is.
If he's like, I won, and then it starts coming in the influx of like, no, you didn't, and then he's like, it's rigged. What did I tell you guys?
I think he didn't already say that.
I don't think
so.
He's
not saying it right. Yeah, he's right now. He's like, it's rigged. It's rigged.
I don't know. I haven't seen anything on the contrary. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
as soon as the results out, that's the first thing out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Well, it's contradictory to what he's saying because he's like, like all of a sudden there's these ballots that just showed up. But if you know the process, like those ballots are the early ballots that come first, which tend to be more Democrat, and then they start counting the in-person votes, which is the Republicans usually, right? So that's gonna be interesting. Are there any races you guys are watching besides the presidential race, like any local elections?
I'm in San Bernardino. I'm watching the 7th Ward.
Okay, who's that?
I live in the 7th Ward of San Bernardino, so it's council. The council members are the candidates are
the Penman.
Yeah, Penman and Treasurer Ortiz.
Okay.
So we're watching that race very close, neck and neck, and then Nickel and Kim Knaus in the 5th Ward is another close race to watch.
Okay.
So
Nice.
Some local stuff.
And then there's also the assessor's race that's going on in county.
Josie Gonzalez is running in that one.
Yeah.
And
Dara Smith.
Who's the lady from Victorville, the former council?
Oh my
lady?
God, Blanca
Gomez. Yes. Oh man, you know what? I'm going to say I voted for Blanca. I voted for Blanca Gomez, and that's because she was a former guest on my show, Cannabis Corner, back in the day, and she was the only politician that would come on my show. So
I don't know much about her, but I've heard some crazy stories.
She got arrested in the council chambers and all kinds of stuff, man. Yeah, but like,
I love a little color.
Yeah, sure, but what was the reason she got arrested? Was it something good?
Not really.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah,
right.
Not really. Like it was just for disorderly conduct, basically. So
because like if someone gets arrested for like being on a picket line or something, I don't mind that.
Uh-oh.
That's like that's for labor. But if it's like, I don't know, if it's for something else, like
like for example, back in the days when I was a real antagonist with our San Bernardino City Council, they changed the rules inside the meeting to make this code of conduct.
Yeah.
And one of the rules was they didn't want any more electronic devices, so they could get rid of the cameras out of
okay.
But you can't get rid of your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just,
I can't live without my phone. Someone touches my phone, they're done.
Yeah. So it just didn't happen. So they'll try to do that. You know, they'll make rules that try to make it so you'll break them. And then there was this guy named Jeff Wright back in the day, and he was on Channel 3, and he would just yell at them all this stuff. And he was probably right back in the day, by the way. But he kept breaking the 3-minute rule, and eventually they put him in jail for 6 months.
For breaking the 3-minute rule?
For breaking the 3-minute rule. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So you can really, politics can be dangerous, especially in the local style too. So, always pay attention and watch your back.
But my thing is like, people are getting arrested for the dumbest things.
Oh, yeah.
When it's like, we literally have someone who's running for president who has like 13 accounts or felonies. And it's like, he's still breathing and walking these streets. And I just can't seem to gather my thoughts about that. Yeah. And we have people who are being arrested for just going over 3 minutes. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me at all. Yeah. Here comes a boss. Right. The famous Mark
Everybody
Westwood.
sit up. Everybody sit up.
All right. Go keep going. You have a couple more minutes, sir.
Oh, okay.
4 more minutes. Bill. Cool.
Okay. I'll continue yapping if that's what you want. No, but yeah. Honestly, all in all, it's just like we need to come together.
If Trump wins, honestly, like it's really gonna make me feel like we never are really ever gonna have a choice. You get me? Like, because the people in power, you get me, the people with money, you get me, they can get away with anything.
Oh yeah.
You get me? And our vote doesn't matter. You get me? Because
and it's gonna be worse next time around, because it's like if my voice didn't matter, and I couldn't get him out, why am I gonna do it again? So, I think that's also at play here, where it's like you're gonna lose so many voices and so many.
I feel like it's just so a system that could be bought out.
Yes.
I also think though, like,
that doesn't stand for justice. That's just my outlook on it.
I think I see what you're saying. For me personally, I feel like that type of negativity. Not that you're saying it's negative, but I feel like to swing voters in Michigan, like in California, we know it's gonna be blue no matter what, right?
Yeah.
But at least for the presidential level, and people like I was just in Nevada this last weekend.
The battlegrounds.
And the battleground states, like, those voters are not talking about like I'm gonna vote blue no matter who. Those voters are talking about how are you gonna put food on my table?
Yeah.
How are you gonna pay rent? How are you gonna afford your car payment? And that's what's hitting working class voters. Yeah. And it's not about like are you a Democrat? Are you a Republican? Yeah. So I think those voters are energized to vote, and those voters are going to decide this election. And I don't think it's going to be the partisan people,
Yeah, because I always think about it in the sense of like people are like, yeah, Trump with the economy and everything. I'm like, you are forgetting the important detail that he got the economy from Obama.
Right.
From Obama.
Yeah.
And then he messed it up.
Yeah.
And then gave Joe a messed up one that he's trying to fix and working towards fixing.
Yeah.
That's looking a little bit better.
Yeah. I'm hopeful.
I know. I'm just like, it looks like it's coming on the rise. Yeah. I can see it. It sees the light.
Well, our youth panel here on KCAA, and thank you to Robert Porter for stepping in, and thank you to Denise Magana, ladies first here, and then also Robert Gonzalez's first time on the radio.
It was fun.
Director of Communications for the Teamsters, and also Michael Angelo Camacho. And we had earlier Sam Works, who had to leave. But this is our youth panel for the night. This is how the young vote thinks. And we're glad. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here on our election night coverage on KCAA, 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, 92.5 KQLH, 94.1 KFXM, and X 95.7 on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network on KCARadio.com, streaming live on Rumble, and also on Tiki Live and on KCARadio.com. I'm Mark Westwood. We'll be back with the union perspective and our union members, Kathleen Brennan, Randy Corrigan, and Jackie Corrigan, right here on the station that leaves no listeners behind, KCAA 1050 AM. I'm Mark Westwood.
NBC News on KCAA Loma Linda, sponsored by Teamsters Local 1932, protecting the future of working families. Teamsters1932.org.
This is an NBC News Radio special report, Decision 2024. As the polls close, several states are being put into the win column for former President Trump. He's the projected winner in Florida, Texas, Wyoming, Arkansas, Alabama, Missouri, Mississippi, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Indiana, while Vice President Harris is the projected winner in Illinois, Delaware, Vermont, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Meantime, in Wisconsin, Milwaukee election officials are recounting approximately 30,000 ballots due to a sealing issue on tabulation machines. Election Commission Executive Director Paulina Gutierrez, however, is reassuring Wisconsin residents that the machines are secure.
Now, I know for a fact that these machines are highly secure. There was no tampering. We were able to confirm that, but overabundance of caution, we are reprocessing.
I'm Brian Shook.
AM radio provides always-on news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports. It also delivers vital emergency information when your community needs it most. A new bill in Congress would ensure AM radio stays in your car, because when cell and internet services are down, this free emergency service is critical. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Tahibo Tea Club's original Pure Pau de Arco Super Tea helps build red corpuscles in the blood which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer dies in oxygen. So the tea is great for healthy people because it helps build the immune system, and it can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The tea is also organic and naturally caffeine-free. A 1-pound package of tea is $49.95, which includes shipping. To order, please visit TahiboTeaClub.com. Tahibo is spelled T like Tom, A-H-E-E-B like boy, O, then continue with the word tea and then the word club. The complete website is TahiboTeaClub.com, or call us at 818-610-8088, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. California time. That's 818-610-8088, TahiboTeaClub.com. One of the best ways to build a healthier local economy is by shopping locally. Teamster Advantage is a shop local program started by Teamster Local 1932 that has brought together hundreds of locally owned businesses to provide discounts for residents who make shopping locally their priority. Everything from restaurants like Corky's to fun times at SB Raceway and much, much more. If you're not currently a Teamster and you want access to these local business discounts, contact Jennifer at 909-889-8377, extension 224. Give her a call. That number again is 909-889-8377, extension 224.
KCAA. Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, and our affiliated collaborating stations on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm Mark Westwood. It's election night 2024, and a nail-biter for a lot of people, especially Democrats right now. We're seeing state after state going red, but those states were projected in early results, and it was my 270 to win map that said this too, that they would be for Trump. We are seeing polls starting to close here and there. We're about 25 minutes before the polls, maybe 27 minutes before the polls close in California and on the West Coast. And so we are seeing the results coming in here and there. A smattering. I can give you some results right now. Right now we have Harris at 91 electoral votes and Trump at 207 electoral votes. But you need 270 to win. And we still got a path for Harris, that's for sure. Georgia, still 51% to 47% in favor of Trump. North Carolina, 52% to 46% in favor of Trump. Pennsylvania is flip-flopping around. And I noticed this latest results with 57% Trump, 50% Harris, 48%. Arizona is literally less than 0.5 of a point difference. 49 to 49, 49.8 to 49.3%. In Michigan, another swing state, Harris is 50% to Trump's 48%. We are still holding on and hoping for Pennsylvania. And as these districts come in, it tends to flip-flop. Nebraska, 54% for Harris and 44% for Trump. That's a big surprise with 41% Nebraska going for Harris. Wisconsin, they have some trouble with their voting machines. Their tally machines, and they were behind about 100,000 ballots a couple of hours ago counting. So it may be late in the morning, but right now we have 3 from 9 is 0.6% difference between Trump and Harris. This is a nail biter, ladies and gentlemen, and of course we have no results from Nevada. Iowa was 3 percentage points in a poll ahead, the Des Moines Register poll this weekend. Right now it's 53 to 44% in favor of Trump. So yeah, it's a nail biter, and we're seeing results though across the country. Ted Cruz in Texas is losing, and that's a surprise.
Good news.
That's good news. And also Bernie Sanders has won handily,
right on.
So he's been reelected. So good news here and there, and of course we haven't even had the West Coast polls go. California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, New Mexico, and Arizona yet to report. Georgia yet to report. The swing states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. And we are not, for whatever reason, counting the New York electoral votes. There was much more than 80 votes there in the tally yet. So I don't know why that is happening, but that is what's going on. And elections are different. There's 50 states and 50 different elections. They're held 50 different ways. So this, with no further ado, is our section. We had the youth vote the last half hour, and now we're bringing in the union and worker voices. And so I'm happy to introduce to you Randy Corrigan, Jackie Corrigan, and the president of the Teamsters, Kathleen Brennan. Welcome to KCAA.
Thank you, Mark. And it's Teamsters Local 1932, not the Teamsters president. That's Sean O'Brien.
Okay.
No, we see you as the Teamster president. No shot at Sean. We just,
No.
All right, well, we'll accept that.
Just embrace it. Just embrace it.
That's right.
The Teamsters 1932 president. Okay. Well, welcome. And, we want to hear the workers' voice on this. And I know you guys have worked hard in these elections. You've been out canvassing. You've been out poll walking, so to speak. Yep. Tell us about some of your activity that you've been involved in and engaged in.
Well, from coast to coast, obviously, state by state, locals are engaging with, the committees on the ground. The ton of them in Pennsylvania, Georgia, obviously here in California, Nevada, especially Nevada. A lot of people are in Nevada this last weekend. Mm-hmm. It's interesting to see so many people out, with the sense of urgency to try to get the vote out. And, quite frankly, the labor vote is pretty darn important. Mm-hmm. And I think that it gets overlooked a lot. And, when the time is appropriate, I want to talk about something that the Right to Work Committee actually sent out on this subject here recently, and how much they attack unions in times like this to try to create more and more divide. But, the American worker, at the end of the day, they need policy to support them, and elected officials need to be bringing forward good policy on this subject. And clearly, in an election like this, people get stuck into the politics, sometimes some of the divisive issues or issue-based, like abortion or immigration and other issues. But when it comes to how it impacts your workplace every single day, that impacts more people than any other issue. And so with that, to answer your question, Teamsters are out all over the country knocking on doors, helping get out the vote today, and we're hoping for a good victory tonight. I know that we got a certain percentage of our members that support Trump, and we have a certain percent of our members that support the Harris ticket. But at the end of the day, the policy positions between the two candidates are pretty clear. There's a very distinct difference, which is why Teamsters Local 1932 actually endorsed the Harris-Walz ticket.
I was going to get to that, but I don't want to gloss over this because a lot of our listeners driving down the road right now may lose out on this term, the right to work state. And states are going and in Project 2025, they want to make every state a right to work. What does right to work mean for our listeners? Can you define it for them?
Well, Kathleen, what does it mean to you? What does right to work mean to you?
Well,
I mean, I got the technical answer.
Yeah,
to it,
yeah.
but-
No, right to work is actually it's misleading because what it really does is it's makes it sounds good. It sounds like it's for the workers when in actuality it really isn't. It's anti-union, anti-worker. And if you look at all the right to work states, the facts speak for themselves. They're paid quite a bit less. There's I can't remember the percent of 90% more workplace fatalities and injuries and things like that.
That's 150% more workplace fatalities.
It's 150. See, I'm being generous. I'm being generous. It's crazy.
That is
yeah,
ridiculous.
it's crazy.
It's actually the most shocking number in a right to work state.
It is.
On the safety side.
Yep.
And so right to work, as I understand it, is that people who belong to a union shop don't have to join the union but still get all the benefits. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep.
In right to work originally started in the late 50s and early 60s, and the origin of right to work was actually a guy by the name of William Ruggles had started out to create this what they called right to work phrase, and they captured a phrase that in many ways sounds good, but the reality is right to work was created based on a platform that wouldn't force white workers to be part of a union that black workers participated in.
Oh,
That
so
is
it
an
found its origin in racism.
That's correct. That is
Big
the
time.
absolute fact to the origins of right to work.
Right.
And it was peddled around the South to multiple states in the late 50s and early 60s. And obviously state by state passed that right to work legislation purely based on racism and segregation.
Right.
Yep.
Jackie, you're just sitting there. Are you going to chime in?
And okay, we're going to introduce Jackie. Jackie is, of course, married to Randy Corrigan. Randy Corrigan is the secretary-treasurer of the Teamsters, 1932. And then, of course, we had Kathleen Brennan. So I just wanted to give you your proper creds there. She's very much involved in this, too.
I am.
Why don't you tell them all the titles you hold?
That's right. Yes.
So most important title.
Besides telling me what to do every day.
Yes, exactly. Is I am Randy's boss at home.
She's the secretary-treasurer at home, right?
Right, exactly. I am a business representative out of Teamsters Local 848 and also the events coordinator, which just helps our local and organization put together events for charity, whether that's raising money or it's giving back to the community. And then I do a lot of other things, but those are my two titles, I guess, which I just say whatever hat you want me to wear today.
And by the way, we got Elijah, your son, out there.
right.
Yes, my son, he stopped by and joined us today. I said, hey, if you're not doing anything after school, why don't you stop by? And he's just like, what are you doing? And I said, well, it's an election. Today's an important day, son. And he's like, yeah, but what are you doing?
When I first met Elijah, I was here in this building. And by the way, this is the home of KCAA. It's right next to the Teamsters in the Teamsters building in the House of Labor. And the control room didn't have this window here, and it wasn't painted up all nice like it is now. And Elijah was moving like bundles of stuff out of the room. It was a supply room or something like that. And I didn't know who Elijah was. I said, oh, okay, I'll help you. And I just moved along. Thanks, man. This is good of you, man. I'm talking to him, And what do you think about being a Teamster? He says, oh, I'm Randy and Jackie's son. I'm like, oh, okay. More respect.
That's right.
Notice how we're not afraid to put him to work.
There you go. And he works hard. We
He's
were
always
lifting and
hustling.
bailing. Yeah.
Yep.
So, moving back into the election, though.
No, let's finish the right to work discussion.
Okay.
I'm
All
just
right.
kidding.
We could do that. I mean,
Look,
We have a great video.
yeah, if you ever want to see the origins of right to work, please go to our website, teamsters1932.com, and you can actually pull up the truth about right to work, the origins of right to work, and the racist origins of right to work. It's all true. We vetted every single bit of it before we put something out like that. It's actually shocking when you really look at where its origins from, where you look at its connection to the Birch Foundation. And many people have been around long enough know what the Birch Foundation was. They obviously opposed desegregation and was really frowned upon in the later 60s. But the reason I'm bringing up the Right to Work Committee now is that in close contested congressional elections throughout the country, they've been doing anti-union mailers to all households, Republican households.
Demonizing unions.
Demonizing unions. And basically, the things that they're laying out are completely false. Like, it is incredible the things that they are saying in there, and just trying to create this atmosphere that is just so untrue, and trying to fearmonger a situation, especially an organization that for more than 100 years has been built on protecting working families.
That's right.
And your origins clear back to 1903, I think, is the year.
That is correct.
And sometimes things change, but sometimes they don't change. And I believe, if I remember right, Jimmy Hoffa organized his first strike against a company called Kroger.
That's correct.
And now we're kind of fighting against Kroger not to merge, and with Albertsons and all that stuff.
That's correct.
Become a huge thing. So unions are very, very important. And having the support of unions and workers out there educated and voting is very, very important. Yeah. The Teamsters 1932 is one of the largest unions on the West Coast. Is that true?
That is correct.
And my phone is going off chime after chime after chime.
So mine too. I apologize.
I don't know what that is, but sometimes you need to check that because it might be something like some breaking news here. And
mine's a lot of people in right to work states that are panicking, asking me, "What are we going to do?"
What are we gonna do?
The numbers aren't looking good, and the answer is organize.
It is not anything like the election being called, thank God.
No.
And speaking of right to work, Michigan actually is the first state to reverse right to work. They just did it. What was it, last year?
Yes.
And kudos to everybody in Michigan that reversed right to work passing in Michigan. I mean, it was a shock that Michigan had went to right to work like it did. I think that was 8 or 9 years ago, 10 years ago, and so to see it come back and the legislature, the governor, and everybody really put boots on the ground and make that happen. Really proud of all the work that they're doing there, and hopefully it pays off today too, where the union vote gets out and is positive.
Union workers, in my opinion, because I'm a Democrat, voting for Trump is like, voting like the chickens liking Colonel Sanders. So,
Ouch.
You get baked.
That's good.
Get fried and fricassee.
That's a reality.
That's the battle in Wisconsin right
I think on that subject, if straight up, if you approach, you have a situation here between Harris and Trump where you can actually look at policies over the 4 years each of them have been in office. And you could look at the policies in which each person who had the ability to impact those policies for working people, what they specifically did. And so the reason why Teamsters 1932 came out and endorsed the Harris-Walz ticket is because the specific policies in which Trump adopted in his administration attacked public employees. Matter of fact, you can find something he probably said today or yesterday regarding government employees are terrible and they're lazy and they don't do this and they don't do that, and none of that is true. And they want to privatize government employee jobs. That's big business wanting to take control of tax dollars, put it in their pocket, and then put more money into big CEOs' pockets. And so then when you look at Harris's time as vice president, you see what was passed as far as policy is concerned. This last president, this last 4 years has been the most pro-worker term of any presidency since FDR.
Joseph Robinette Biden.
That's correct. So at the end of the day, it's a no-brainer, especially for public employees. When it comes to the programs in which public employees actually serve the public every day, it's two-pronged. One, the program itself being attacked and gutted or defunded. And two, the individuals doing the jobs being impacted by their jobs. And of course, calling them lazy or saying that, they're overpaid.
That's why we have to expand the Teamsters 1932 broadcast network.
That's correct.
Which is expanded threefold, if you think about it. 4 more 3 more stations on your network. We just got to add a bunch more now.
That's correct.
And, go to Chicago, go to New York, go to Atlanta. We
right.
recruit these stations because this information needs to get out.
That's right.
Because they're doing a really effective job at demonizing unions. And
they're demonizing
radio.
unions because we're not doing this right here enough. As
right.
unions, we're not getting on the radio. We're not entering this medium and this platform and pounding our message. Do a little pat on the back here by talking about our radio show. And that's the purpose of our radio show, is to get the message out so that the community understands that what unions do every day to make this community operate in a positive way. We're not we've been demonized in the movies. If I was a mobster like everybody claims for me to be, I would just whack everybody on the other side of these problems, right?
Right.
We just knock them off. So, quit calling me these things that aren't true, and let's get to work and make sure working people have a fair shake.
And it's not that way. If you walked out into the union hall right now, there's food, there's tacos,
right.
there's a DJ, there's a photo booth, there's a big van out there. Teamsters 1932, they're really pro-worker. And, and you've been great to us too. This truly, is the key, is the education of people. And what the Democratic Party has done and is overlooked is using radio. And I was stamping my feet about this because, that's how we got to the point where we are. Through Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity and all those people on AM radio. It's still very valid. It's still very widely listened to. And we have thousands and thousands of listeners, more than you could put out mailers, more than you could put out, 75,000 listeners an hour to KQLH, a little radio station all by itself. And KCAA, 16,000 listeners every 15 minutes. These are the things that don't need to be overlooked. And it's much more effective. You can turn and you can pivot. If you have a message, like you have a bad mailer that goes out destroying and demonizing a union, get on the radio talking.
See, now with you guys being here, when something happens, we could just walk over to the other side of the building, get on the radio and pound the message.
That's right. You could literally do your 2-minute news update every day.
Yeah.
We get it produced and put it on. And
idea.
all these ideas that are come to fruition. This is good things that are happening here.
So us dudes have talked too much. Let's hear from the ladies.
Oh.
I know it. You're right.
Oh, gosh.
Although they're saying, yeah, but still.
I'm so used to being quiet when I'm in here that I don't know how to respond.
Well, and Jackie's being very modest. She was a big part of us becoming Teamsters to begin with back in 2015. So, she was a big part of that affiliation process with Randy. And and when she left, we were all very sad, but she still comes around, so we appreciate that bit.
And I'm still a part of the labor movement.
Yeah, absolutely,
so,
big time.
It's a part of our family, and these tools that are in place, are so important because for a very long time, labor as a whole has not done a great job at getting the message out.
Right.
And, I think it's important not only to have these discussions with our family at home directly, but it's important for us to have these discussions, with our friends and in public, not just to, the workers that we represent who obviously are affected by, these issues. But also, trying to get them to understand why these policies and who we vote for is important. Because if we, don't educate them, then unfortunately, the partisan issues that people get very divided about tend to cloud, what is really going to impact us at home.
That's right.
And so I think this is great. I think this, is an opportunity for us as a whole, not just Teamsters, but for labor as a whole, to be able to communicate these messages, and unfortunately talk about the hard topics that sometimes we don't agree about.
That's right.
So. So I'm excited for what's to come. I'm excited for what has already existed,
right?
And the collaboration and partnership that's come together to hopefully get out a good message, to reach as many people as we can. And
absolutely.
And so many people listen to things through different avenues, whether that's the radio, through music, in person. And this is just one more opportunity we just need to capture and continue to push forward.
And I want to make one thing clear. I always agree with my wife. I said it on the radio.
Yes, he does.
She's always right.
It proves
I
you're a
agree with
smart
you.
man. No wonder you've gotten so far. And Kathleen,
Yes.
a leader here, the president
Yes.
of Teamsters 1932 and the world and beyond.
Oh gosh. You know what? I tell Randy all the time, what an honor. It's been the biggest honor of my entire life to do this and to be able to represent and help work side by side with him and just be in his presence, because he is a generational person, once in a lifetime. I will say that until the day I die, because Jimmy Hoffa before him, and then it's been incredible. I've learned so much, and something Jackie was just saying.
Now you're saying Jimmy Hoffa Jr., you mean?
Yes, senior.
Senior.
The father.
The father, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and one thing that Jackie and Randy said to us when they first came and were helping us, become Teamsters and affiliating, was they wanted all of us to go out and talk to at least 10 people a day about what they taught us. And I've never stopped doing that ever since, back in 2015. I still, every time I'm somewhere, whether I'm in the grocery store, I find a way to start the conversation. And it always ends with people going, I didn't know that. It's neither did I, but now you do. And so now you need to go educate somebody. But it's a beautiful thing to share this knowledge and to help people help themselves, because that's
Right.
really what you're doing.
That's how powerful our voice is in the Teamsters, is with over 1 million members. If in a year we just talk to one person a day, we can talk to the whole country in a year.
Yep.
In 1 year, we could talk to the whole country.
Yep.
It's just activating, making sure everybody understands the information and has the message. And essentially, that's what we're trying to do.
That's right.
That's why we have the billboards. That's why we have the buses. That's why we're doing all these things in these platforms. Why we have the radio show and the advertising. And that's why we're doubling down on it and tripling down on it, is we're trying to make sure that everybody has those resources to be able to spread the message. And the narrative.
Mobilizing the message.
That's right.
And
That's right.
it's a great thing, and it's good for workers, and it's good women have leadership in the Teamsters.
That's right.
1932, and moving forward here, and this large group and people coming together. This is good, and hopefully the United States will come together.
That's right.
And
That's
will
right.
be the United
Yeah,
States.
and hopefully we have a woman president that's elected here pretty soon. I know myself, the president of the United States, I know myself being the principal officer of Teamsters 1932, I'm proud to say that a majority of our board
That's
is
right.
made up of women,
Yep.
and a majority of our staff is made up of women.
That's right.
And, some people say, how do you do that? What do you mean how do you do? It's called having a consensus and getting the people together that are going to get the job done. And we shouldn't be afraid of that, unlike some people are. I'll call it like it is. This country is still not evolved in some of these spaces like it should, and there's still more work to be done.
And that I didn't know that moment that you talk about, Kathleen. That's the name of a show. I didn't know that.
Yep.
But learning and education is key here.
That's right.
And thank you very much for coming on, Jackie, and of course Randy Corrigan. It's an honor to have you and interview you and talk to you, and Kathleen Brennan, the same here. We are just about 3 minutes away from the polls closing in California on the West Coast, and we'll start to get some election results that will change the map very, very quickly, and hopefully we
right.
do have a female president, and we're making history tonight.
It's going to happen.
It is the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm Mark Westwood on KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, and that great election music I should be hearing right now.
Hang on. Hang on.
I don't know what happened to Eric here, but that's okay.
He walked away for
all
a
right.
second, and it's okay.
Thank
Here
you,
we-
Rick.
Here we go.
Rick threw him out.
Time for legal IDs.
Please not yet. We're going to have news next, and we've got some very, very good information up after the 8 o'clock hour on this nail-biter of a presidential election. Lots of stuff from the local, state, and local races will be coming in, too, as well, as we power through the 8 o'clock hour here, right here on KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, and the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm Mark Westwood. We'll be back right after the national news.
This is an NBC News Radio special report, Decision 2024. Polls are closed in many states as former President Trump is the projected winner in Florida, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Indiana, while Vice President Harris is the projected winner in Vermont, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Harris is in D.C., where her campaign is holding an election night event at her alma mater, Howard University. Meanwhile, former President Trump is in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. As Election Day winds down, some lines at polling locations are still long. correspondent Gadi Schwartz spoke on the wait on the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe about 90 minutes before polls in the state were set to close.
A lot of people voting here. The line is hundreds of people. It goes all the way around, and it's about 70, 80 minutes right now.
I'm Brian Shook.
Located in the heart of San Bernardino, California, the Teamsters Local 1932 Training Center is designed to train workers for high-demand, good-paying jobs in various industries throughout the Inland Empire. If you want a pathway to a high-paying job and the respect that comes with a union contract, visit 1932trainingcenter.org to enroll today. That's 1932trainingcenter.org.
You're listening live. Election results from KCAA, San Bernardino, Riverside, Loma Linda. KQLH, LP, Yucaipa, Riverside, San Bernardino. KQLH, LP2, Banning, Beaumont, Cherry Valley. KFXM, Cherry Valley, Banning, Beaumont. And X95.7, KZSX, Cherry Valley, Banning, Beaumont. Ladies and gentlemen, for your host for next hour, Mark Westwood. It is 8 o'clock on the West Coast. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Westwood.
I didn't know it was going on quite this quick. Don't we have national news first?
Yeah, we already had national news.
We did it already?
We did it already.
All right.
We're done.
KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, KQLH 92.5, KFXM 94.1, X95.7 on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network. I'm Mark Westwood, joined here now by Terry Massel, by Tim Prince, by John Reed, and I'm Mark Westwood, and in the studio is Rick Rule, and we're just a little bit after the polls closing in California, in Oregon, in Nevada, in Arizona, in all the West Coast, in the western region of the United States. The polls just closed. We will be getting results, and this is going to be a fast-paced hour because we're going to be getting results very, very quickly. I'm going to tell you the latest results. And those results are in swing states, which, by the way, are nail-biters. It's just too close to call in many of these states. The votes are coming in. In Nevada, we don't have any results at all because they have many, many voters to go in Nevada that are still in line waiting to vote.
Wow.
So we've heard this story before. We have definitely heard this story before. There's no results in there. Wisconsin, we have 56% of the votes counted, and Harris is at 48.7%, and Trump is at 49.7%. Exactly 1% difference.
Wow.
1% difference. Thank you for turning the mic up for me. I was working very hard there. Thanks, Rick. Anyway, Michigan is 28% for counted. Harris 52%. Trump at 46%. So that's looking pretty promising for them. In Pennsylvania, 66% of the vote. Trump's at 50%. Harris is at 48%. We've seen that tally and vault back and forth. And in North Carolina, we have 85% of the vote and 50% for Trump, 47% for Harris. In Georgia, 88% of the vote, 51% for Trump, 48% for Harris. That's the battleground series as of about 10 minutes ago. California, 54 electoral votes, 145 for Harris, 214 for Trump.
Wow.
I'm not sure exactly what that means. My data person is Means those little rural counties are turning in their votes quicker, I guess. I don't know.
I guess. Exactly. California, 54% for Harris. Then you say 54 electoral votes of California. And of that right now, 145 are going to Harris, 214 are for Trump, but that's not counting probably the suburban areas and mostly rural areas up in Northern California, maybe possibly Central California. Of course, California is supposed to go for. Can you turn your mic on?
No.
There we
Am
go.
I working now?
Now you're working now.
Okay.
Yeah. All of you turn their
I think
microphones
they've
on.
called California for Harris.
Have they called California for Harris? Okay.
So they get all 54 votes.
She gets 54 votes. Yeah, this data was kind of throwing me out, but that's okay. We get it as we get it, and sometimes it can be misleading. This is a job, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not easy to disseminate all this and have data looking on your laptop and everything else. And, we are going to go to our laptops here pretty soon and start looking at local races and state races. And so I'm going to turn it over to Father John, who's going to say a prayer for us. No.
Amen. I did the quick version.
Amen. You did the quick version. As we go to start looking at some of these local races. And the interesting thing about this, you can look, California has been called for Harris, so has Colorado, so has Illinois, so has New York, so Illinois, as you might say.
Yes.
Has been called. Maryland. So we're starting to see a little bit more promise for Harris as we go through the night here. And we're going to see it's going to be a long litany for Wisconsin. That is certainly for sure. We're not going to know probably this night who's going to be the next president of the United States. I don't think so. But right now, as it stands, we have 145 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and 214 for Donald Trump.
Well, this is how it was with Biden. And then it started turning around, and then Biden surpassed Trump. But about this time of night, we're all kind of worried.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and it's also that way with Hillary Clinton, though, too. So we're watching with a little bit of angst and anxiety. But in order for Trump to win and get 270 electoral votes, he now has to win some pretty big states that probably he's not going to win. If he starts to collect Pennsylvania or Georgia, it's starting to look glim. But, we still have Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota and, all of those states up there in the East Coast and Pennsylvania and Georgia, and it's just too close to call all of the states. So,
right.
Very good. I'm going to tally on to some local elections here. We have local elections that are very, very important in San Bernardino County. I don't know, Tim, have you looked, have you seen any results yet?
They're saying 8:30.
8:30 is the release.
The first round of absentee ballots.
For the San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters. And, of course, I have all these great, nifty little links that I gave everybody now that I can't pull them up here. So we're working on that and we're getting messages passed back and forth. And this is like data central here right now. And we thank everybody's been putting it through here. And what's not working right now is my internet. So I am kind of like working hard here. I think I got to get this one out that says Ad Center off it. And I think maybe we'll be good here. Yeah, that's it. It's starting to pump up here. But, we're covering this just like everybody else can. You can go on and look on the internet. But if you're driving down the road on your way home from work, you're probably not going to want to go on the internet or your cell phone or your smartphone and look. So,
Well, 2 minutes ago, the state of Oregon was called for Kamala Harris.
Yay. All right. So announcing that news, Oregon is now going for Kamala Harris. How many electoral votes do you happen to know? 8. Only 8? Oh, okay. 8 electoral votes.
It's Oregon,
Yeah, but New York and California, those are the two big ones. So we're looking here. It's getting a little better. I'm going to refresh, and hopefully my internet on my computer starts working okay. Decision 2024 sometimes is Incision 2024. As we wait here, tell us your feelings about this election, Tim.
Well, I started out very positive, and I'm letting my anxiety get the best of me now. I'm now starting to be a little concerned on the presidential race, and also the Senate looks kind of hopeless for Democrats. We're still fighting for the House, but even that is not where I hoped it would be.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. When you look at just $200 million alone being spent on anti-transgender commercials across the United States, scaring people that this is an issue. It's a non-issue issue. There's not a bunch of transgender people. It's like 0.1% of people across the United States. There's not a bunch of people threatening people to go into the restrooms and look at their private parts or anything like that. But yet they spent $200 million, an ungodly amount of money spent on these campaigns and these races. And it's very, very hard. Working people, by and large, support Kamala Harris, but they're of limited means. They're not big corporations. They are not Elon Musk, who's giving away $1 million lottery every day.
But it's not a lottery. They just said, it's
not a lottery.
It's a prepaid thing. That's how he got passed in the court. He has some good attorneys, and so somehow they got so it didn't quite count as a lottery. So
yeah, somehow or other, and then the Trump-weighted Supreme Court refused to hear the lawsuit.
Right.
There's been a lot of unfair things here happening, and who knows how this is going to turn out. And this is why it was January 6th, because we did the same scenario with Joe Biden. Like you said, John, we did the same scenario with Joe Biden. Very close to call. Trump looked like he was going to win, and then right at the last minute, Biden pulled it off, and then said, "Oh, you cheated! You cheated!" No, he won in the last minute. There was a big gender gap. In men, only 40% voted for Harris.
Wow.
58% for Trump. Women, 57% for Harris, and 41% for Trump. But guess what? The number one medium that men listen to because of sports, because of being in their cars, because they don't have time to mess around with, smartphones, and the breadwinners and the earners, they're in their trucks, they're listening to radio. And this is where I've been pounding my fist that they didn't get on the radio. They did some interviews, but they didn't advertise on the radio like Trump did. They didn't advertise like the Republicans did. So states with the most electoral votes, California, 54. 54 electoral votes. New Jersey, 14. Washington has 12. Michigan has 15.
And Michigan looks like a little good news for the Democrats. Kamala Harris, with 32% of the estimated vote in, is 50.8% to Trump's 47.4%.
And that has changed since you've probably seen that. We're looking at two different maybe sources. Because I have Michigan at 51% for Harris, 47% for Trump. And not quite as high for Trump, but more for Harris. That's good. And in Virginia, 50% for Harris, 48% for Trump. In Washington, with 12 electoral votes, 68% for Harris, and Trump has 29%.
Wow.
So, and Harris wins in California. Hands down, she's already won it. It's already been called. And I believe we said that Oregon was called as well?
Yes. Well, yes.
Yeah. So I need to refresh my map and look. It's going to give me some hope here to see some more blue on the map, and that's a good thing. We have Washington and Oregon and California, Colorado. New Mexico is going for Harris.
Oh, good.
It's a very light blue, along with Minnesota and Illinois, and, of course, Virginia. Those haven't been called yet, but they're going blue. And you know what? Georgia is turning a nice little auburn tan color. It's not quite Republican. It's just like I said. It's not quite Democrat. The same thing with North Carolina. The same thing with Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Trump has to win all of those in a path to get there. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
Well, my brother lives in New Mexico, so we can thank him for it turning blue.
There you go. Congratulations to New Mexico.
All by himself.
That's right.
Yeah, he's a one-man star.
That must be.
So just so you know, there's 225 electoral votes now for Kamala Harris.
How much?
200. Well, there's 26 called for Kamala Harris according to this map. 230 for Trump, but there's still 103 hanging in the balance that are trying to go to Republicans, and 45 going towards Kamala, and another 82 that may go either way. Too close to call.
Wow.
So, wow, this is a race. I tell you what, first one to 270 wins, right?
That's right. That's the magic
That's
number.
right. And we're still waiting about 15 minutes away from the San Bernardino County Registrar of Voters getting there. And we're staying busy. We're keeping going here. And we're just trying to do our level best to get all this data in here. And we're doing really, really good. We're doing really good to keep the data going. And I got a really good supporter. We have Robert Porter coming in here in just a few minutes. And Robert's got his laptop. Are you ready to go, Robert?
I'm getting ready to go here, Mark.
Okay.
Are you ready for me to come on there?
Yep. As Obama said, fired up and ready to go. I'm going to turn the reins over to Robert for the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. And he's going to help me anchor this. And I'm going to go get my data underhand here and look and see what's going on. And I'm going to leave it in the capable hands of Terry Massel, Tim Prince, John Reed, and Robert Porter. And so we're going to do a quick switch here. And Terry Massel, you got something to say?
Yeah, I'll just say we were talking about the money, and it's been estimated $16 billion are going to be spent on this election.
My word.
And that really, it's all about Murphy's golden rule. Murphy's golden rule, he who owns the gold makes the rules. That's really what it's boiling down to.
Well, CNN sees it a little bit differently in the race for president with 270 to win. They have Trump at 211 and Harris at 145.
Say that again?
They have Trump at 211 with almost 53 million votes, and they have Harris at 145 with 47.2 million votes.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how some of these news agencies. I think some use exit polls, some don't. Some call things earlier than others. But
New York Times are showing them 214 Trump, 179 Harris, but then they haven't called Georgia or New Mexico yet.
So there's still hope in Georgia.
Yeah, well, that's what they say.
Yeah, and Mark just said they just called New Mexico. I don't know who called it, but he just reported that. So
I'm just checking up on trying to get this all. So there's a list of contests. So if you guys want to look at the actual real-time results, you can go results.rov.sbcounty.gov, and you can get the real-time results as they come in. So at 8:30, it will hit the airwaves. We'll press refresh, and then we'll be waiting until 10 o'clock for the next results that come in. So these first results that come in are mail-in ballots, and I'm gonna, be the positive guy here on the team. I have hope, and I think that things are gonna turn out our way still. We just have to, stay tuned for the last little bit. I kind of feel like enough of the center is gonna go the right way for it to be the turnout that Tim Prince is gonna love. So have faith in the independents, have faith in the center, and we'll do our job. And you guys did yours, right? You all got out there, you worked hard, you walked those doors, you got on the radio, you campaigned in front of the people, and now it's all on the table. I'm glad I'm not a Democrat right now, actually, to be honest, because you guys are sweating bullets. But so are the Republicans as well. So, this is a really tight race. It's like a Super Bowl where both teams are rocking, man. So,
well, Robert probably sees both sides, and he's seen a lot of longstanding organization and money on the Republican side locally. We're by far a Democratic registered county, but our public seats are held overwhelmingly by Republicans.
Which does not give them any leeway, right? Because every time they say, right, we'll say, right?
How's that going to come out on the transcript?
I don't know. How is that going to come out?
Polka dots.
No, well, basically, people really want someone who's going to be there for them. And my family up in the mountains, the whole top of the mountain is very conservative. and they really believe that Trump is the best person for them, right? And there's no way to convince them otherwise. So I actually stopped even speaking to them about it, right?
Right.
You know, I have a cabin in Running Springs, so I'm in the mountains a lot. Voter registration-wise, it's purple. It is very, very much purple. However, the Trump people are extremely vocal and aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why you don't say nothing, right? You're afraid.
Well, my son lives in Cedar Pine Park, up in that area, and he's probably the only non-Trump. I mean, people are they even paint it on the outside of their house. So yeah, and they're nice people, but they are 100% for that.
Yeah, some of my best friends are Republicans, and you can ask Tim Prince this, but I don't be talking no politics with them. We'll talk gold, we'll talk gardening, you know. But like I just learned my lesson. But that doesn't mean that I still don't study all this stuff and I did turn off all the news until I got here today. I feel a little bit out of touch. But the reason being because they don't know anything right now, man. It's gonna be this is gonna be a nail biter the whole night. But we do have some parties coming on tonight here locally in the San Bernardino area. I believe Jim Penman is throwing a party over there at the Mexico Cafe. The school board team is throwing a party over there at the Arrowhead Country Club. So if you guys are ready to crash some parties, right? Any other parties out there?
Well, there's an election watch party at the KVCR studios at Valley College.
Okay. And we have this one right here at the Union. So there's some fun things to do tonight. And I always look forward to this night because you get to actually go out and have a little fun, eat some free food. And,
I think the best food award goes right here at KCAA Studios at the Teamster Hall on Sierra Way at 4th Street. It used to be the Arrowhead Credit Union building. For those that know downtown San Bernardino, come by and you'll find a nice selection of food, some good barbecue, and
those tacos were awesome. I had 4, team. I had to give me some 4 tacos. So we have some really close races in the city of San Bernardino, and I've been trying to stay out of these races, and they are neck and neck, especially in the 7th Ward. If you know the 7th Ward of San Bernardino, it is the place where most of the mayors of our city have come from. It has traditionally been more of an upper class neighborhood. So, Tim Prince, don't you live over there? You're an attorney, right?
we both live close to Valencia Avenue.
Yeah. I'm born and raised, but I'm on the lower end. But I realized I did live a good upbringing, and our people in that ward tend to vote certain ways. So it's not always easy for me to predict how they're going to vote, right? So it's very close today. Do you feel it's close today?
I do. If you judge by signs, it's very close. If you judge by people you run into, I don't hear as many true voters that are Penman supporters. I think some of those signs are in yards that don't vote. But we'll know a lot more in about 8 minutes.
That's a typical technique. You know, put as many signs up. Put 2 in one house. You know, I mean, we've all been through the sign. Did you cut your teeth with signs? That's how I cut my teeth in politics, was with signs.
Yes.
Yeah.
That when I was young, that was the fun thing. Was
getting
post
out
those
there, banging
signs.
them, those poles in there, doing the hard work. And then actually, this is the hardest day, right? So you got everything out. They call it the shotgun technique. So you put out every little bit of literature, every sign you got, every last drop of money you spend. You get everything out there. And then it all stops. Right at 8 o'clock. Bam. Stops. And then tomorrow morning, get all those signs and get them in and get them in the back of the,
Well, the good candidates do that. The John Valdivias of the world just leave it up to rot.
For 3 or 4 months, and then we have to take them down, right?
Right.
But so there is ways to get involved in politics where you can make a change, and you don't necessarily have to be a politician. You can actually go and get involved in the union, and they get involved in politics all the time. I see the union come down our city hall. They'll have 30, 40 people in there with signs, trying to get policy changed before the second reading, right? before they actually made their decision. So you can make a difference in politics. You just have to take the initiative yourself, team. You have to get in there. Voting is important, and voting gets a lot done. But more gets done if you get yourself involved in the community. You just dive right in. And it's been 10 years for me. I know Mr. Prince, his father was the longest serving politician in San Bernardino history, right? So
Wow.
you've been involved in politics a long time. How has it changed since you were a kid?
Well, when I was a kid, if a elected official said the wrong word or made the wrong social move, there were dire consequences. And now it just seems like anything goes. I mean, the fact that there's a recalled politician who has a record of making racist remarks and has been censured by the city council and led us into bankruptcy and has all these black marks, and he made it through the primary and is neck and neck to take a council seat back after being gone 12 years. It's just unbelievable. It's like night and day.
So the way I look at that old stuff, man, there was real battles between Patrick Morris and Jim Penman. And like, if you look at it from the outside, how I did and you just saw a bunch of dumb butts, fighting in there in City Hall, complaining who's got the top office, all this stupid.
But it wasn't just Morris. It started way before Morris. Morris came late to the party.
You think it started in high school for all of them, or what? I mean, San Bernardino politics has really been run by the same kind of crew for a long, long time.
There's long-standing alliances, but
and it's the money. It's not necessarily the politicians. It's the money behind them that actually makes the gears turn. So if you follow the money, Tim is good at following the money.
We got a little breaking news here. Washington's just been called for Harris.
The West Coast trifecta. That's right.
So
Washington, Oregon, and California have all been called. So
That's why they call us the left coast.
yeah, well, come on, right coast. Come on,
Yeah.
match us or raise us.
Those are pretty much a given.
Well, it feels good to have them under the belt, though.
Yeah, I have a, get those tallies up so it looks like it's getting closer to the numbers we need, but I have a feeling we're going to be waiting.
Yeah.
And then, I have a feeling that he's probably already declared victory. Has it come out yet that he's declared victory yet?
Not yet.
I'm totally serious, man. This guy's like within seconds of doing it. Like, he will, whether he won or not, he will.
Well, Steve Bannon's been really pushing them to do that. And we know that Roger Stone had done that before as well.
Right.
But
The hanging Chad Master, man, that guy, he's a smart man.
yeah, he is.
Won a presidential election.
Well, he calls himself, the trickster, the dirty trickster is actually what
Really
he calls
dirty.
himself. Yeah. But since Steve Bannon has just gotten out of jail and getting ready to go back, he's really been pushing Trump to announce before anything's over and then just stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to tell him that. I mean, seriously, the guy is going to do that. Like, he's not even, I don't know. I just look at it this way. Whatever he says, it's going to be the opposite, but, I don't know, man.
It's called projection.
Yes. But we still have hope. We still got hope. We still have a big election to go. We have a lot of counting to do, and those votes are not all in at all. And we're coming up on the time when we'll have some San Bernardino County election results. If you'd like to look at them yourself, go to results.rov.sbcounty.gov. And you can go through there, and you can actually set it up to where it just looks at the races you want to. Mine has everything right now, so I probably should slim it down a bit because there is quite a few races out there. There's a race for assembly as well. We got Eloise Gomez Reyes running.
Senate.
And
State
who's she
Senate.
running against?
She's currently in the assembly. She's running for Senate.
Oh, for Senate.
And her district will include most of San Bernardino.
Okay. And who's her opponent?
Her opponent is a Republican.
Rocio Ochoa Bo? Or
No,
no, that's not her.
she's Assembly.
That's Assembly.
And as we're going off air, there's been another announcement. Connecticut has gone to Harris.
Okay. All right. Well, we're building them up. And we have another race for Assembly with James Ramos against Scott Olson.
I don't think that's going to be much of a
But it's
contest.
interesting. Scott Olson, both James Ramos and Scott Olson have both been guests on these shows here many a time, and it's good to see locals actually getting into this stuff and getting up there high. I like that. I mean, we got some good stuff. And why don't you announce it?
Well, I think we're off.
Harris has 172 electoral votes and Trump has 214.
So she's catching up now to that, so that's nice. Yeah, they probably call it Washington Collect.
All right, we'll be right back.
All right, so it looks like some...
KCAA Loma Linda.
And now, the voices of KCAA with an exciting announcement.
Want to hear NBC News or KCAA anywhere you go? Well, now there's an app for that.
KCAA is celebrating 25 years and our silver anniversary with a brand new app.
The new KCAA app is now available on your smart device, cell phone, in your car, or any place.
Just search KCAA on Google Play or in the Apple Store.
One touch and you can listen on your car radio, Bluetooth device, Android Auto, or Apple CarPlay.
Catch the KCAA buzz in your earbuds or on the streets, celebrating 25 years of talk, news, and excellence with our new KCAA app.
Just do it and download it. KCAA, celebrating 25 years.
NBC News on KCAA Loma Linda, sponsored by Teamsters Local 1932, protecting the future of working families. Teamsters1932.org.
This is an NBC News Radio special report, Decision 2024. As polls close in many states across the country, former President Trump is the projected winner in Florida, Ohio, Texas, Wyoming, Arkansas, Alabama, Missouri, Mississippi, Montana, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, Utah, and Indiana. While Vice President Harris is the projected winner in Rhode Island, New York, Illinois, Delaware, Vermont, Maryland, Colorado, and Washington, D.C. Trump is gaining ground among black voters in Wisconsin. The NBC News exit poll found the former president more than doubled his support over 4 years ago. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is in communication with authorities on bomb threats targeting polling places in the state.
State and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats.
I'm Brian Shook.
This is KCAA.
One of the best ways to build a healthier local economy is by shopping locally. Teamster Advantage is a shop local program started by Teamster Local 1932 that has brought together hundreds of locally owned businesses to provide discounts for residents who make shopping locally their priority. Everything from restaurants like Corky's to fun times at SB Raceway and much, much more. If you're not currently a Teamster and you want access to these local business discounts, contact Jennifer at 909-889-8377, extension 224. Give her a call. That number again is 909-889-8377, extension 224.
More than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month for news, weather, and emergency information. A new bill in Congress would make sure AM radio remains in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to STOP.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
KCAA Loma Linda.
What's up, team? We're back here with the elections results. We had to get them all together there right away and see what's going on. Yeah, we're having fun over here. Definitely at the party at the Union Hall.
Yeah.
KCAA's new studio here. We have an incredible team. We're about to send some of these election results for the local races. I'm hoping you're going to help me out here, Tim Prince, and I'm going to do the local city council races, and maybe you could do some of the other ones, and we'll switch back and forth.
All right.
So for the sixth ward, the fifth ward of San Bernardino, we had Kim Knaus versus Henry Nickel, and with the mail-in ballots, the total is right now 2,015 for Kim Knaus and 1,386 for Henry Nickel. So it looks like Kim's got a sizable lead. Do you think that's going to continue for the rest of the race, Mr. Prince, or anyone else?
I don't think that's going to surprise anybody.
Okay, all right. And then for the next race we got is Treasurer Ortiz versus James Penman. And for that race we have James Penman with 1,235 and Treasurer Ortiz with 1,377. Still pretty close, but not really close in a San Bernardino city race.
Well, starting at the congressional level, it looks like Pete Aguilar will be ushered into another term. He's got a comfortable 60% margin.
Good.
And I don't think anybody's surprised that James Ramos is also comfortably ahead for the Assembly, as is Rosalie Ochoa Bowe. And then looking at the Community College District race, we see there was a close race between Tanya Hensley and former councilman, still sitting councilman, but ending his term, Damon Alexander. And Damon has the lead at this point.
How's Albert doing? We had him on the show last week.
James is quite a bit behind.
Okay, well, at least he got his name out there. Well, as many people as possible need to run these races, each time. Now, if we're going to look at the San Bernardino Unified School District for their governing board, in that race, you pick 4 candidates out of the total. I think there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And right now we have in the lead, we have Scott Wyatt with 10,344. And then we have in second place, Myra Salavillos. And she's at 10,037. Oh, not bad at all. We got second place, Felicia Alexander with third place, 9,199. And we got fourth place, it's Mickey
Chehusky.
Man, how did you get that one? You did a little practice?
Little practice because I knew her little brother in junior high school.
Oh, that is so awesome. That is awesome. We are all connected in this town, aren't we?
We are.
We really are. So
they're still young guys too.
Those are some good races. Lata and Michael are coming up from behind there. Let's hope these could change in the next at 10 o'clock when we get the next results. So
that one I don't think is going to change. The four incumbents are comfortably ahead.
They usually it goes that way, and when they often run on the same ticket too. So.
Well, I think there's an awful lot of people out there that have seen a lot of improvement in the schools. The board certainly gets along better. They're more functional. They're civil to each other. They've hired a good superintendent who's a homeboy that I knew in school as well. Mauricio Arellano is doing a great job.
He's awesome. He's actually one cool dude. He really is.
He's very cool. Always was.
We got some results. Come on over. Jump on in the show.
Okay. Trump claims first battleground of North Carolina, putting him to 230 and Harris at 172.
Wow. Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
Claiming, huh?
Well, there's an interesting couple county races. The race for San Bernardino County Assessor, a lot of people have had their eye on because former supervisor Josie Gonzalez is coming back to county government to try to claim this seat where she would head an office of assessors and other important county officials. And we recall that office used to be occupied by Bill Postmus, who was the corrupt chair of the Republican Party and used his public office to have a little Republican Party. And Josie has not only admitted that she was a close friend of Postmus back in those days, but she's hired him to be her campaign manager and wants him back in the office. So this is an interesting race. The challengers are Dara Smith, who's a very well-qualified woman who works for the L.A. County Assessor, and Blanca Gomez, a colorful figure from the high desert.
She got my vote. I voted for Blanca.
And Donald Williamson, who is the former assessor that lost his office to Bill Postmus. And I bet a lot of people that trusted Bill Postmus are scratching their heads why they did that. Anyway, with that long introduction,
we have an update.
Quick update. Virginia has been taken for Harris. She's now at 185.
All right, and
which is my weight.
So we have Josie Gonzalez at 41.5%, and we have in second place Dara Smith at 30.5%, and then we have Donald Williamson at 15.5%.
And Blanca's all the way down low. Well, she tried.
She's tried for a lot of offices, actually.
She really, and she won the Victorville City Council. But we got the state of California, State Assembly District 45. So if you guys know Assembly Member Ramos or Scott Olson, two people around town and have been involved a lot. But Mr. Ramos has a sizable lead, 31,950 over 17,358. But that's not bad for Mr. Scott Olson. Not bad for being a write-in candidate. So what this shows is that you can be a write-in candidate and then move into the general election if you win the write-in campaign and get on the ballot. Right? That's kind of cool.
That's right.
We have Robert Garcia moving out quite ahead at 58%. For the 50th, and that's an interesting race because though it's two Democrats, his opponent, Adam Perez, is clearly being financed by the oil industry. Wow. Mainly Chevron's put a lot of money into his cocaine.
What interest does the oil industry have in our races here?
Ask Cheryl Brown.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how Eloise won her assembly seat. Eloise Reyes beat Cheryl Brown because she pointed out that Cheryl was taking oil money.
But oil money was real big in that race because Robert Garcia got the endorsement of Jane Fonda's pact, which is strictly about climate change, is all she's about. So, yeah, he had Jane Fonda. We got to meet her.
My dad had a Jane Fonda urinal sticker.
Oh, sure.
Did you know what those were? That's what all the Marines used to carry around back in the day.
That's such a pleasant image.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
like, so there was bad about her. But
Well, she was like 19 years old at that time.
True,
come on.
True, but I just, that's what I remember of her.
No reason to water it down.
Yeah.
Speaking of the 50th
really
Assembly
going downhill
District race
quick,
that Terry just mentioned, Peter Garcia also got support from, is it Robert Garcia?
Yes.
Also, no, his opponent.
Adam Perez.
Adam Perez, there you go. He also got a lot of support from the Republicans in Fontana, headed by Aquanetta Warren, and there's an interesting council race in Fontana. The only Democratic member of the most Democratic city in San Marino County is Jesse Sandoval, who used to be the president of the Fontana Democratic Club. And he's trying to hang on to his council seat, and he's doing it successfully with 44.2% of the vote against Joe Armendariz, who has 34.8% of the vote.
That's not always easy in Fontana.
Right. So it looks like we'll at least hang on to one Democratic seat in the most Democratic city
And that's
in
been
the
a
county.
pretty ugly, very ugly campaign against Jesse. They have a picture on one of the flyers with him with Trump wearing a MAGA hat.
Wow.
Yeah, just
For
blatant
Jesse.
misrepresentations.
It's yeah.
And they're trying to paint him as anti-woman when he's the one that stuck up for Planned Parenthood and has always been fighting for women's rights.
Politics is so evil sometimes. Okay, for the San Bernardino Community College District member, Governing Boards, Area 3. If you guys know John Longville.
We know him.
Yes, we know John Longville. He's been involved in the Democratic Luncheon Club for a long time and a couple other things as well, right?
He is the father of Metrolink.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting.
John is a wonderful...
The train station
and he loves haiku. He always does his poetry online. But him and Anthony Jones. Anthony Jones is also a local Republican that's run in a lot of different races. And it looks like John Longville is winning with 4,340 votes over 1,700. So we can call that race for sure. But interesting. So John Longville won. I don't know. And he's got a position again, huh?
He's winning.
Yeah. So how you been, Mark? Are you looking forward to the continuance of these races? It is very close right now.
This microphone over here.
There's an interesting race in the city of Rialto for mayor. We have a former congressman, Joe Baca, who has bounced around a little bit since leaving Congress.
Hard-working Joe Baca.
He tried, working Joe Baca.
I just got one of his baseball cards from him from when he was on the congressional team.
He didn't like his last go around and was upset with the lack of Democratic support, so he moved to Fontana and tried his hand over there and was sent out on a rail, and so now he came back to where he started in Rialto, and he's it looks like he's going to be the next mayor of Rialto. He's got 39.8% of the vote versus the incumbent Deborah Robertson, who is suing the city of Rialto. And so I think her support has been eroded. She's got 34.8%. And Rafael Trujillo, who's on the Democratic Central Committee and talked up a good game, has 20.0% of the vote.
She didn't consider that to be a conflict of interest at all, huh?
He's also a field rep for Norma Torres.
Yeah, Rafael.
And by the way, we didn't mention it. Norma is running away with her race too.
Okay, all right.
That's not going to surprise anybody.
No.
If you're interested in the city of Redlands, our former home here at KCAA, Eddie Tejeda for the city council district, and Jennifer Maravillas, and Eddie is winning with 990 over 660 right now. And then for the District 4 for the Redlands City Council, we have Jenna Guzman-Lowry and Jesus Cisneros, Mark R. Shaw. Wow, 3 people. Honestly, that is awesome. And Mark R. Shaw has 1,400 votes versus 1,255 and 417. So interesting races over there. They have small numbers there too there. Tim, do you notice that?
I noticed that.
I mean, voter turnout is something that's really hardcore on our inland cities around here.
Well, for some reason, it looks like the votes were slow to come in, and the mail ballots were slow to come in San Bernardino County. We had some dire statements of how few votes came in the first few weeks. But I think that's changed. We were talking earlier this evening about how people were lined up at the registrar's office in the late afternoon hours, and the polls. I don't know if the polls were busy because that's not a very popular way to vote anymore, but I think a lot of people just hung on to their ballots. Maybe they enjoyed all the controversy going on, or maybe there were some propositions they couldn't figure out. Who knows?
Well, I think that paper airplane is going to crash and burn
all
right there.
There we go. I hear the paper now.
I'm just trying to get that over there and say thank you to her.
There we go. Well, there is some good news there. Jerry Massel, Robert Garcia looks like he's going to be a state assemblyman.
Yes, he's winning big.
Winning big time. So that's good. And, it's some tough news for Christy Holsted's out in the 47th Assembly District, unfortunately. And then Derek Marshall is trailing as well. And we've got a tight race in Yucaipa, from what I understand. If you're looking at those races.
Yes, we've got a former city official in District 3 for Yucaipa City Council. Gigi Hanna used to be the city clerk in San Bernardino, and she moved out there for reasons totally unrelated to politics, and staked her ground, and she's holding her own against Judy Woolsey. It's 593 to 554, with a third challenger, Lyle Vick, close behind as well.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting race there as they count them and get them down there, and who gets to vote in District 1. How about the recall? Can you see what's happening with the recall there? I was looking that up, and I just didn't get to that yet. Have you seen yes on the recall or no on the recall in District 1?
I see a couple of other council races in Yucaipa. I will look for the recall.
We'll look for the recall, and then, of course, Measure S I'm looking for as well. Those are the two big ones there. And there's so many, folks, I got to tell you, there's over 500 people, 500 races to report on. So we're trying to get all those and get them up and get them going. Tim, you're doing a great job. No more paper airplanes, please.
Better than pistachios?
Oh, boy. Well, that's what I get for inviting you guys.
I was just trying to get someone's attention over there, that's all.
Here's an interesting bit of news, which I'm sure will make some tabloid somewhere. The San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District race took a little turn, very unfortunately, last week when June Hayes, the incumbent, passed away. They found her deceased in her home, and it looks like she's going to win this race. News of death doesn't travel fast, or people don't care that they're dead.
Well, sometimes people, out of honoring that person, will vote for them still. But what happens? Do you know what happens?
Well, there'll be a vacancy declared if she hangs on and wins. And
according to California state law, which changed in January, the remaining people on the body get to appoint or hold an election. That's their choice.
They get to choose, right?
Interesting.
So that's 50% of the vote for June Hayes, and Lynn Summers, who's the daughter of the former assemblywoman we mentioned earlier, Cheryl Brown, is at 21.9%. So I'm sure the family of June Hayes feels honored that so many people thought so highly of her against a very well-known, substantial opponent.
Yes, that's a very interesting thing.
And for Division 2, we have Mark E. Falcon and Hillary Stanford Jenkins, and it looks like Mark is winning with 3,882 over 3,419.
We've kind of overlooked the one statewide ballot, and that's Adam Schiff and Steve Garvey.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Adam's up at 60% to Garvey 39%. And I'm surprised it's that close.
Yeah, no kidding.
Trump came in and spent a bunch of money.
Well, and Garvey's still in the ballpark.
Well,
A win is a win.
man.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
Oh,
Vice President Harris is winning in California.
Oh, of course she is, and Oregon and Washington and New Mexico.
And the sun is expected to rise in the morning too.
That's
Wow.
right. And there's still hope. There's still hope. And it was this way with Biden too. And remember, it was this way with Biden too.
Kennedy is sucking away some votes. They're not a lot, but he is taking away some votes. That's interesting. So they may end up playing a part in this race. You never know. If it is end up being really close. Remember when Ross Perot, I think he got one reform vote or something like that. Like, I think that was the only other electoral vote I've ever heard of besides Democrats and Republicans. Is there other ones?
Well, I remember, speaking of Ross Perot, he was making a big deal out of how much it cost to cut Clinton's hair on the airplane, and he says, $6 for this haircut. And Johnny Carson said, it looks like it cost $6.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement that it looks like in the city of Yucaipa, Councilmember Matt Garner is going to be recalled. Whoa. With almost a 2-1. 775 no, and 1,750 yes.
Wow.
So that has been a
decisive.
Successful recall in District 1. So now they, again, will get to either appoint from the remaining body, according to this new law in California that passed in January, or they'll hold an election. It'll be up to the remaining council members to hold the election. That's why the Gigi Hanna, Judy Woolsey, Lyle Vick race is so important, because we know that certain candidates will vote to have an election, which is the Democratic thing they should do. They shouldn't appoint. And then there's one that will appoint. So that's very, very important. In District 4, let me look at District 4 just 1 second. As I stall and mark here, it's hard to look, talk, and work the controls here because I'm actually in the control room. I'm not in the studio with you. So let me look at District 4.
You want me to pick up a couple
county
measures while you're looking at that?
Yes, thank you.
There's a couple county-wide measures in San Bernardino County. One was a bed tax, Measure K, which I thought would run away to victory, but it's actually losing 55% to 45%. That's asking visitors who usually live in other counties to pay a tax to stay overnight in a hotel. So that's about the easiest tax for local voters to pass because other people are paying. So I don't know what the story is there. And the sentiment, the sentiment seems to be different on Measure L, which I think was heavily supported by the existing county officials. It would involve a change in the salary calculation for deputy sheriffs and amend the county charter. So maybe this is just a pro-law enforcement view by the electorate, but it affects the whole county budget, and it's a question of county finances, not just law enforcement. It is passing 62.5% to 37.5%.
And it looks like also in Redlands, in Yucaipa, the mayor of Yucaipa, Justin Bieber, is having a fight too against Christine Moeller, and it's just about maybe 30 or 40 votes difference between the two of them. So once again, we may have another mayor, just like San Bernardino's mayor lost. The mayor of Yucaipa may lose here too. There's only 46% of the vote in, so that's very interesting too. Yes, very interesting.
And with Redlands, do they have a rotating seat with the mayor, right?
I was talking about Yucaipa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Yucaipa has the same thing, a rotating seat with the mayor that they choose from the council, and that's the same way in Redlands too. That's the city manager form of government, the way they do that. So
interesting.
Yeah,
that's what we do in Claremont.
I'm looking for Measure S, but the way the San Bernardino Registrar of Voters has lined this up, it's all the Yucaipa races, and then the one ballot measure they have on the, I got to go looking for it. So give me a minute. You guys talk about something else.
I do have a representative for District 23, and we had Derek Marshall and Jay Obernolte. And it looks like Jay Obernolte is winning with 63,665 over 47,502. So that's not even really a close race right there. Is that was that Eloise's old seat, or what? It was like it redistricted the area, right, and kind of changed it a little bit, and then it became more Republican.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
You,
so interesting.
You're talking about over north?
Yeah. His.
Yeah, that's a congressional race that that's Derek Marshall.
Yes.
Running against him, and that's a very conservative district.
Yeah.
It covers a lot of the mountains and the high desert.
Big Bear. Yes. We already discussions about Big Bear and how conservative.
I got to tell you, Derek worked it. Derek worked his ass off.
The signs were all over, huh?
Well, this is his second time running, but he, like I said, he was there for every function, everything you could possibly get to win this race. Has anybody seen how Will Rollins and Ken Culver are doing? I didn't see that one.
We'll have to look it up.
I'm slow at this.
Well, it's interesting in the race for the state's representative in the U.S. Senate. We have our beloved baseball figure Steve Garvey against Adam Schiff, and right now Adam Schiff is a little notch ahead in San Bernardino County, which kind of surprises me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're at that time of the hour. It is now 8:59. We'll come back after 9 o'clock in the 9 o'clock hour, give you more national news, more local and state, as we do live local coverage here on KCAA, 1050 AM and 106.5 FM.
Yeah, it's funny when I call his office, whoever answers the phone is I call my name.
You're listening to live election coverage on KCAA Loma Linda, San Bernardino. Loma Linda, San Bernardino. There we go. KQLH LP, Yucaipa, Riverside, San Bernardino. KQLH LP2, Beaumont, Banning, Cherry Valley. KFXM, Cherry Valley, Banning, Beaumont. KZSX, Cherry Valley, Banning, Beaumont. It's 9 o'clock. Let's news.
This is an NBC News Radio special report, Decision 2024. As polls close in many states across the country, former President Trump is the projected winner in Florida, Ohio, Texas, Wyoming, Arkansas, Alabama, Missouri, Mississippi, Montana, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, Utah, and Indiana. While Vice President Harris is the projected winner in Rhode Island, New York, Illinois, Delaware, Vermont, Maryland, Colorado, and Washington, D.C. Trump is gaining ground among black voters in Wisconsin. The NBC News exit poll found the former president more than doubled his support over 4 years ago. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is in communication with authorities on bomb threats targeting polling places in the state.
State and local law enforcement, along with the FBI, are investigating these threats.
I'm Brian Shook.
This is KCAA.
One of the best ways to build a healthier local economy is by shopping locally. Teamster Advantage is a shop local program started by Teamster Local 1932 that has brought together hundreds of locally owned businesses to provide discounts for residents who make shopping locally their priority. Everything from restaurants like Corky's to fun times at SB Raceway and much, much more. If you're not currently a Teamster and you want access to these local business discounts, contact Jennifer at 909-889-8377, extension 224. Give her a call. That number again is 909-889-8377, extension 224.
More than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month for news, weather, and emergency information. A new bill in Congress would make sure AM radio remains in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to STOP.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
Miss your favorite show? Download the podcast at kcaaradio.com.
KCAA Loma Linda.
KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM, and a host of radio stations on the Teamsters Broadcast Network. We are here rolling into our fifth hour, some of us. And we've had breaks here and there. We had the young crew in here for a little while. Everybody under the age of 30. That was pretty kind of cool. And then we had the unions in for a bit. And we've been having these great guys that are here at this table. Terry Massel, Tim Prince, and none other than John Reed. We had Eric Bauman earlier. We appreciated that. I don't know if we had Eric call back again. I don't know. Call Eric Bauman. Get him on the phone for me if you wouldn't mind. And Eric Asario in the control room announcing our legal IDs, faithfully Rick Rule. And we have rolled into the fifth hour. I'm Mark Westwood, and we're looking at local results. But we do have one call that's good for Vice President Kamala Harris. Hawaii has been called for Harris. All right, 189 for Harris electoral votes and 230 for Trump. That's really, really close. And we still have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Have I left any out here? Ohio? I don't know. I have to look at Ohio to see if they've been called or not.
Yes, they have.
Ohio has been called for Trump, but we have Michigan and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania still too close to call, and North Carolina. So this race could go any way. It's not like we wanted to see it. I wanted to see a rout. I wanted to see, a runaway, landslide. But in these days, we have a nation divided by a lot of false information, by a lot of bad players from the foreign countries, and a lot of politicians, especially on the red states, I have to say it, that are willing to say anything and do anything to get elected, including a class clown that gets in front of millions of people that had over 100 rallies, cost the United States $100 billion. For his rallies to get up and just, full 8 to microphone or call people garbage dumps or tell women that they, he was going to protect them no matter what while he's taking away their rights. He's watch the birdie while he's raising money left and right and spending money left and right to stay out of jail. And we're about a hair's breadth away from electing a convicted felon as President of the United States, the first time in history. We could either elect a woman, first time, woman as President of the United States, Kamala Harris, with a spotless record, smart, sharp, young, or we're going to elect this orange turd that's a convicted felon and a rapist. And I don't know what's wrong with the United States to do this, but you know what? God help us. And I say a prayer now to God save us from this menace and that we will be relieved from Donald Trump. And I might get executed as one of his enemies, as he's pledged to do, but I'm willing to take that.
Mark, don't hold back.
No, I won't hold back. I'm irritated. I'm irritated.
Speaking
of, we have to go through this.
You're throwing a lot of the blame on Trump, but I'm throwing a lot of blame on Americans.
Racists.
If
misogynists.
In 2004, the BBC came out and said, how could 69 million Americans be so stupid, when they reelected George W. Bush. I'm a veteran, and I look at the veterans, and he's got strong support from the veterans after he totally disrespected every single prisoner of war in our history. He's called our fallen losers and suckers. He said that a woman getting an award for giving him $100 million in donations, she gets the Medal of Freedom, and that's better than the Medal of Honor, which can only be earned on the battlefield.
Well, and after his generals all said, that he's a fascist, and they really came out against him.
And the biggest danger to this country.
Yes.
Is what they've said.
That's right. Clear and present danger.
I just had a guy from Michigan who has a LPFM radio station I've been helping coach along. And he says, I vetoed the Cheeto. He's from Michigan, so he gives me hope there. He gives me hope. I'm still looking for Measure S in Yucaipa. Congratulations to the recall people for recalling Matt Garner and having a successful recall after they got a SLAPP lawsuit and they were sued personally by the city of Yucaipa city clerk. SLAPP lawsuit, strategic lawsuit against public participation. Awful, diabolical act on the part of Chris Mann, and now he's got to worry a little bit. But unfortunately, Judy Woolsey may be winning. The protege of Brett Granlund, the convicted felon. I think, maybe. I don't know if he's actually convicted, but he certainly was that. So I'll take that back, but, Okay, Battleground States, the 9 p.m. update. Trump, 73% in Nevada. Harris, 26%. Doesn't look like she's taking Nevada, but that's only 2% in. Only 2% in. In Arizona, 52%, 49.8 for Trump, 49.3
CNN
with
has
Harris.
that a
Can
lot
you hear that
closer.
squeaking happen? Yeah.
Yeah. The CNN has Arizona a lot closer. They have it within a half a point. Trump 49.8.
Squeak. Can we get a squeaking noise out there? A squeaking sound effect here? My God, that's so tight. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, 77%. It looks like 51% to 47%. These states are going one way or the other by like a 0.5% or a percentage point. That's incredible. But again, you've heard my outrage just a few minutes ago that there's so many people willing to vote for evil. But okay. Michigan, 51% to Harris's 47%. And in Pennsylvania, it's just squeaky. What's that, a percentage point? 1.1%. 1.1%. Wow. It's just, yeah, there you go. Squeak. In Georgia, 93% in, 50% to 48%, and it's really like a point and 1.3. But somebody won in North Carolina. Somebody has one in North Carolina? Tell me what that is. It says asterisk point has one in North Carolina.
Trump has one in North Carolina.
Yes.
Trump won in North Carolina. That's been called, huh? It's not on my map yet, but okay, well.
Who won for president in San Bernardino County, or who's ahead with 25% of the vote in?
Harris did.
Yes,
Harris is
that's
winning
a
in San Bernardino
surpriser,
County.
isn't it? We usually vote conservative here in this whole county.
Well,
And,
Arnold Schwarzenegger even endorsed Kamala.
Well, so far it's Kamala Harris 50.75 to Donald Trump 47.01.
Not to take all the credit, but since the Inland Valley Democratic Club started, of which I am the founding president, our county has turned blue.
Yes, well, when that happened. That happened when I was the nominee for Congress, and Mr. Westwood over here was the local candidate for Assembly.
And I was a nominee for State Assembly. And by the way, I happen to be president of the longest-serving president of the Yucaipa Mesa Democratic Club. So. And then I think we have the other.
And of course, I am currently the president of the most active Democratic Club, which sent out 12,000 pieces of mail.
And now we have the former chair of California's Democratic Party, Eric Bauman, on line one. Hello and welcome back, Eric.
Yeah, yo.
You can tell Eric's into titles too.
We're going to have to start singing.
Well, I'm also not into these election results.
No, I'm not either.
Just don't open a vein, brother.
Yeah, I tell you what, I just went off about 10 minutes ago about it all. And I just,
you missed Mark's rant?
Did you miss my rant, Eric? Oh, I went
Yes,
off.
I missed your rant.
Well, would you like me to replay it, everybody? How the American people could be voting for this piece of orange turd. That's what I said. And that, the epitome of evil and racism and misogyny and all the bad things he's done and said. And 34 times convicted felon and just...
Yes, Mark, but Kamala does have a rather obnoxious bad laugh. and we just can't have that,
Yeah. Part of what's surprising me about this is all the outrage about Roe versus Wade. And for it to be falling this way is surprising to me. It's quite shocking.
It really is to me. I really was hoping the women were going to step up more. I really wish that men like us who love our daughters and granddaughters, I know what they're going to be facing and the possible health risks that they're going to be facing over this, could look beyond. But a lot of them, it's like, that's abortion. I like him, because he stands strong, or,
And just when we thought that we'd really made up for some of our past, I guess you could never make up for your past, but with women not having the franchise for so long in this country, you finally thought that maybe we really viewed women as fully equal and their own agents, having full agency, and now you have the political party's nominee from the Republicans saying that whether they like it or not, he's going to protect women. My whole life I have loved and enjoyed the protection of women. I don't view myself as their forced protector unless they wish to be protected. And then it's my honor to protect them. But that's just so disturbing that any American would tolerate that kind of rhetoric in 2024.
Is that Tim talking?
Yeah, that guy.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my ears reacquainted.
Well, this
with
is
the
Mark
voices.
Westwood. This is Mark Westwood. Father John.
John Reed right here.
Your favorite Tim.
And this is Terry.
Well, an interesting race. I'm going to turn a little local here real quick. In the tax assessors, San Bernardino County assessors, looks like the person who spent the most money, the least qualified, with no experience as a tax assessor, never worked in the tax assessor's office, but she had Bill Postmus behind her, is winning. Josie Gonzalez has $104,000. Coming in distance second is Dara Smith at $76,000. And then third is Donald Williamson. And, of course, fourth is the convicted, whatever she is in the court system, Blanca Zuncinia Gomez, or however you say that.
Do you get like an award or an honorable mention for getting the most votes per dollar spent on your campaign? Because I think good old former assessor Donald Williamson deserves a special.
Man, an honorable mention there, most valuable thrift or something, because, he didn't have a lot of money, but, he did pretty well for the money.
And he came late to the party.
And he came late to the party. And he's an older gentleman with the most capacity, the biggest heart, and probably one of the most honest politicians I've ever met.
Yeah.
He really is a good guy, and he kind of drove me crazy a little bit. Hey, he was really wanting to win this race because he wanted to help people. And I saw him in tears a couple of times because he was so adamant about trying to help homeless people, trying to help people that were rent challenged, and trying to get people tax breaks that were suffering catastrophes and things like that. He's the kind of politician.
Wait. Trump is going to give them all tax breaks. The people who really need them.
Right.
Just like the student body president candidate that wants to give everybody an extra hour on their lunch break and makes promises that he can't keep. Well, that's just what's going on here. So what say you about Los Angeles a little bit, Mr. Bauman? You're from that area.
I haven't seen any results yet, but remember, counting Los Angeles is like counting San Bernardino. Sorry, guys.
Is that a Republican dog in the background?
No, it's actually she's a good Democrat.
But a Methodist.
They're always barking about something.
There were a couple of interesting races decided. One is Eugene Vindman, who was running from, I believe, Virginia.
Right.
Who was the
colonel,
State Department official that was assigned to Trump when he was in Russia, and essentially ratted him out for the garbage he was saying. So he won his race for Congress in Virginia.
Good. He's a good man.
Lieutenant Colonel. He's the one that Trump took it on his twin brother.
Right.
Correct. By the by, just for whatever it's worth to you, Schiff was they just called the race for Schiff in California.
Congratulations to Senator-elect Adam Schiff.
Yes,
Yeah.
by big numbers.
So good for Adam Schiff. It wasn't a surprise there, but he took a big old baseball bat and hit over.
The other two interesting things is the Congress now has its first openly trans elected official. And I said it that way because I don't remember whether it was a Congress member or a senator, but I think it was a Congress member. And that is pretty unique in that Trump is going to have to face one of these transvestites that he spends half of his life roiling against. And by the way, don't anybody call me, please. I don't call them transvestites. I'm just quoting what Trump calls them.
Good. I'm glad you clarified that because.
Well, no, because I've gotten dozens of calls and emails. Although, frankly, right now my email's not working, so that's a whole other story. So. Anyway, don't anybody call me thinking I'm transphobic. I'm anything but so.
I believe you're talking about in Delaware, Senator Sarah McBride.
Yes, that's right, in Delaware. And I was surprised we held Delaware. I don't know about you guys.
Well, glad we did.
Well, locally here at San Bernardino County Measure K, it is seems to be losing 148,000 to 121,000. San Bernardino County Measure L seems to be winning. That's the measure. It's just a reorganizational thing for hiring police law enforcement agencies, or officers rather. That is winning 167,000 to 100,000. And the City of Grand Terrace, Measure M, is winning just by about 50 votes. And City of Upland, Measure N, I'm trying to get to Yucaipas too, is losing by a wide measure, 8,000 to 4,000 votes basically. And we're just going down here. Yucaipa, unfortunately, is at the end of the alphabet. So
yes, I'm waiting to hear about S.
The City of Yucaipa, Measure S. Okay, well, it looks like they're going to vote themselves a tax increase. 6,771 votes to 4,591 votes. So that Measure S is passing.
Just be clear, they're not voting themselves any such thing. They're voting you and me a tax increase.
Well, yeah, they're voting everybody a tax increase, and unfortunately it's a business killer. But I got to tell you, though, the firefighters union got out there and spent a bunch of money to get this thing passed because they were afraid they were going to lose officers. And so they lost Measure M the last time, or Measure E the last time around. So they poured money on this. They also poured money to support Matt Garner, but they lost that, and Matt Garner is recalled. So they won in one part and they lost on the other. I know a bunch of people right now that if I texted them would be probably celebrating right now. And
Well,
I'm going to join them.
25% of the vote. You sure it's a final?
Well, I think that's a good leading indicator.
Yes.
But with Measure S, that could be only 25. Did you say only 25%?
25% countywide.
Okay, you know what? That could. That's not a countywide thing. That's a city of Yucaipa thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what you're looking at here.
What your particular race is, but that's the overall statistic. The
votes.
The votes
counted.
that we're getting
the
right
number
now.
Of votes counted. Yeah.
The votes we're getting right now are people that mailed their ballots in and they were received before Election Day.
Yeah, yeah, and that's a pretty good percentage. I don't know. If you were taking a poll, that would be a pretty good poll. But you're right. It's not final and it's not anywhere close to being there. But looking at that at the raw data here, I missed that only 25% of the votes have been counted in San Bernardino County.
We're going to get another update at 10 p.m. and
okay.
That should be closer to half or more.
You guys want to stay till 10 p.m.?
Sure.
I heard groans from the.
I've got nothing better to do than listen to you.
I think Eric Osario's head's going to come off his neck here. I think we're probably going to wrap this up at 9:00 and do another show tomorrow. Is tomorrow Wednesday?
Wait a minute. It's 9:25. We're not wrapping it at 9:00.
Right.
No, we're wrapping it up at 9:25. That's what I said. Well, no, we're not going to wrap it up at 9:25. We'll probably go for another 5 minutes or so, and we're going to do some national results. And I don't know. Maybe we'll go to 9:45.
You got to go to 9:45. You might as well just do the 10 o'clock update.
We might as well just do 10 o'clock and let's just forget playing games.
Yeah, I don't want my staff to walk off on me though. So we got to get their agreement here. They're giving me the thumbs up. Thank you for staying until 10 o'clock.
I want to just point out that Eric Osorio is the best engineer you have on that board.
Yeah.
And I'm proud to call him my own.
Well, maybe if Eric wants to go, we could get Rick to stay until 10 o'clock.
Much love, Eric, and I'll play it by ear.
Oh, you sweet talked him a little bit. Okay. Well, do we have some national results here?
When I was in nursing school, my nutrition professor was from the Caribbean, and she would say, "Oh, it is played by air."
It's by air. And this conversation proves it's been a long election night. Yes,
Ray, just a little ray of sunlight here. Will Rollins is beating Ken Calvert, 52-48.
Woo-hoo.
And
all right.
And Kerry Lake is also losing.
That is a ray of sunshine.
Yes.
Oh, that is a ray of sunshine for sure.
Yeah,
so will she ever admit it?
Yeah, will she admit it? Exactly. But 52-46 in that race.
Thank you for being the good news guy.
She'll say she doesn't have to turn the radio on.
Now, Terry, are those races all in San Bernardino County? Because sometimes you got to, when you mentioned Will Rollins, sometimes you got to.
He's got very little in San Bernardino County.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Well, let's go look up the state
it's basically
results.
Yucca Valley and Calamasa are in his district. So, yeah, we can look up at Secretary of State, sos.ca.gov. And yes.
Well, our neighbor in the city of Colton has a couple races on the ballot. It looks like Kelly Chastain will hang on to her seat. Mm-hmm. And David Toro had no opponent.
Well, that's good.
And I know that there was another council race.
Another council race. Did we have the council race in San Bernardino? Yeah. Do we have the council results in San Bernardino before we go to break here? I'm putting you on the spot here.
We did mention that, and Treasurer Ortiz is ahead by a modest margin. And the mayor's candidate in the 5th Ward, Kim Canas, is also ahead.
Okay, well, very, very good. We're going to have the election music coming up here right now. I know I can hear the election trumpets coming. And I'm Mark Westwood with Terry Massel, Tim Prince, and John Reed, and Eric Osorio. And with the legal ID, the legal IT guy.
No, we don't need
is
that
Rick
tonight.
Rule.
We don't.
Wait a second. Who am I? Nobody? Wait a minute. Am I nobody?
And Eric Bauman.
Eric Bauman is nobody. So are we continuing
No,
till
he's not.
10? Are we going till 9:30?
We're going to talk about it at the break.
Okay, sounds good. All right, guys.
Do
Live
it.
from KCAA on X95.7, KQLH, and KFXM. It's election coverage. Let's rock and roll.
That's not the legal ID. KCAA Loma Linda.
No, we don't have to do it. It's the bottom of the hour. We don't have to do it.
Oh, it's the bottom of the hour.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right.
not 10 o'clock. So
That's right.
yeah,
I'm upside down.
You are. That's an understatement. All right, let's do some news here.
Must be getting late.
Ooh, George Gascon got killed.
NBC News Radio special report, Decision 2024. Polls have now closed in several more states. Voting is over in California, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. Nevada is one of 7 battleground states that could swing the presidential election. President Biden is making some congratulatory phone calls. On Tuesday evening, a White House official confirmed Biden began calling election winners across the country. He personally congratulated Lisa Rochester, who won a Senate seat in Delaware, Matt Meyer, the new governor of Delaware, and Josh Stein, who's projected to win North Carolina's governor race. Stein talked about the future of North Carolina.
We must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone.
I'm Brian Shook.
This is KCAA.
One of the best ways to build a healthier local economy is by shopping locally. Teamster Advantage is a shop local program started by Teamster Local 1932 that has brought together hundreds of locally owned businesses to provide discounts for residents who make shopping locally their priority. Everything from restaurants like Corky's to fun times at SB Raceway and much, much more. If you're not currently a Teamster and you want access to these local business discounts, contact Jennifer at 909-889-8377, extension 224. Give her a call. That number again is 909-889-8377, extension 224.
More than 80 million Americans depend on AM radio each month for news, weather, and emergency information. A new bill in Congress would make sure AM radio remains in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to STOP.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Tune into this station starting at 6 p.m. on election night for all the national election results and also your local Inland Empire and Southern California election results right here on NBC News, KCAA 1050 Loma Linda and Express 106.5 FM, your election night headquarters on the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, KCAA, the stations that leave no listener behind.
Miss your favorite show? Download the podcast at kcaaradio.com.
KCAA Loma Linda.
And here we go again. It's 9:30. Keep the music going. It helps me. It helps me up here. There we go. I don't hear the trumpets anymore. Okay, I'm going to be like trumpet. Where's my trumpets? No. Mark Westwood, Terry Massel, Eric Bauman on the phone maybe. And we have Tim Prince and John Reed here doing the election night thing on an amazing historical election where we're either going to elect the first woman president of the United States or the first convicted felon of the United States. Thank you, United States. Thank you, Georgia. No, not Georgia. Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you, Alabama. Thank you, Tennessee, for giving us a convicted felon, possibly. You chose to elect an convicted felon over a first woman president.
And the adjudicated sex abuser.
An adjudicated sex abuser, yeah.
Speaking of felonies, we should go over one of the state propositions, which I think is the most interesting. Proposition 36 has been bandied about as the way to decrease the wave of crime in California. And it is passing by the largest margin of any of the propositions, 70.7% yes on Prop 36.
And the interesting thing, they convict Democrats of that, and it was Proposition 47 that gave us this in the first place. It's not Democrats, Republicans didn't get into a vote and said, "No, let's release all these." It was you, the voters. You, the voters, or the voters who didn't vote, or whatever. And now we have Proposition 36 passing by a bigger margin. I guess it was like an oops.
But the Democrats will like the fact that also amongst the top passers of the propositions is Proposition 3, the constitutional right to marriage change, which would confirm in our state constitution that we don't just have one particular type of couple that is entitled to marry.
So that's being codified.
That's being passed
Good.
62.7% to 37.3%.
I love LA. I love California. I love you, California. You're the greatest state of... Oh, that's the native sons. Wrong occupation.
But
right
it
now.
looks like the minimum wage may stay where it is. That's having a tough time. 48.2% yes. The rent control will stay where it is. It's losing by a margin. And it looks like Californians are willing to spend some money on clean water and climate change. That's passing, Prop 4 is passing 58%. And the bonds for public schools and college facilities is also passing 57%.
And Eric Bauman. Hello, Eric.
Yo.
Hey there. You have a radio show tomorrow, I believe, don't you?
I do. It was scheduled for 3 to 4, but now I'm thinking it's probably going to end up having to go 4 to. It was scheduled for 4 to 5, but I'm afraid it might have to go 4 to 6.
I don't know about that. I'll have to see. I have to talk to Waterzone about that, but we might get you
I
on
don't know.
earlier.
You normally follow me.
Not so much anymore. That changed, but we'll see what we'll do. We're going to work it out by tomorrow morning, but. So we're going to get the chance to wrap this up a lot on your show coming up here. We've been on the air for quite a while. We're going to stay on for a little bit. We're going to talk about the national results, which don't seem to be moving much right now. They're counting in the details in the dozens of votes here and there, and it's just amazing. States all around the nation, it's less than 1%, and 0.7% and 0.4% and 0.3%. So does that answer everybody's question? Does your vote count? I think it does.
Yes.
I think it much does. News all over California. There's been some very decisive races in California. And congratulations to Congressman-elect Will Rollins, I believe.
52-48.
Congratulations to Congressman-elect Will Rollins. And congratulations to State Assembly member-elect Robert Garcia.
Big win.
A big win there. Congratulations to United States Senator-elect Adam Schiff.
Another big win.
Yes. And anybody else we should congratulate?
Well, some of those congratulations might be a little premature, but I think in Schiff's case.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's definitely. Definitely. And, we're still waiting for the rest of the balance of the votes to count. And this could go way into the wee hours. I'm getting some more data here. And that is that Trump is the projected winner in Georgia.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Gee, what a shock.
Well, that's via NBC News with 50.71%.
No, but there's only one time that Democrats have won it since Bill Clinton.
Yeah, but you know what? That was Joe Biden, So we were always hoping that was a trend, but I guess not. It's looking bleak, but we're still, I'm looking here. I'm looking at the projection map here, and it still could happen for Kamala. But it's not going to happen when we can report it any decent hour of the night, that's for sure. So we go on for another 10, 15 minutes. Any other races anybody would like to report on?
Well, I just want to say that, a lot of people went after the L.A. district attorney. This is a very is a very strange situation. Here's a guy who was, I'll shorten it. He was the chief of police in the city of San Fernando. He was the chief of police in San Francisco. And he moved to L.A. Well, he moved with a very lefty agenda, and apparently all the complaining about him that we heard was actually true. Because he got beaten 2-1.
Wow.
And for me, the other sad thing is that John Avlon, who was a longtime analyst, political analyst on CNN, ran for office in Long Island, and he lost, unfortunately, because he was really a bright and articulate guy.
Well, it's been an interesting election, that's for sure. We're sitting here with the presidential race, really, literally electoral votes, literally 4 electoral votes between tying, 226 to 230. And, Kamala needs 44 votes to win, and Trump needs 40 votes to win. And it's so close that, percentage points, and we still have a lot of votes to be counted in these counties here and there.
I think one of the things that I find myself scratching my head at, I'm looking at Florida. Trump wins Florida 58-42, but the abortion measure, speaking about your right to an abortion, wins 58-42. How can somebody go in and vote one way for the top of the ticket, yet vote against what the top of the ticket wants?
Well, that's probably one of the reasons Democrats are having a tough night. It just doesn't seem to translate into candidates. But
it reminds me of when Mitch McConnell was running for re-election last time. They had a measure on the ballot for what they called K-Care. Mitch McConnell had promised 2 things: to eliminate the minimum wage and to get rid of Obamacare. And they re-elected him overwhelmingly, and also voted to raise the minimum wage and keep their K-Care.
It just doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. And people, I think what makes sense is that, after the pandemic, prices rose during the pandemic.
Right.
And that was kind of a false inflation. But once because of the shortage of durable goods and supplies, once those prices went up, they didn't go down again. And people were hurting at the grocery store. They were hurting at restaurants. And they're blaming Democrats for it.
And it was our fault for not speaking up, because what caused the inflation was the supply chain interruption caused by a pandemic that was totally mishandled by Trump. In 2020, the U.S. COVID death rate was 6 times higher than the world average.
Yeah.
Those S-house countries were doing better than we were.
So people are paying, $1.50 more for meat or eggs or something like that. Instead of paying that $1.50 more, they just traded in what their fathers and forefathers died for on the battlefields. This is the end of our democracy. I really do think it is. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. They don't understand. They handed the Senate to them, and they handed Trump back the presidency. And this is what's going on. We haven't said that. It's not confirmed yet. We still have some hope. But, it's just irritating at 9:45 on election night that we're looking at this and going, okay, we could have had the first woman president, smart, good-looking, beautiful woman with a great personality and a kind heart.
Oh, God, listen to you. You sound like Donald Trump.
And then, God, Yiddish man. Anyway, and then we're going to have the orange shirt. Yeah.
Remember Brock?
Yeah. So it really is. It's a tough cookie to ingest here, and maybe I'll be wrong in the morning. Maybe we'll be relieved in the morning. There's been some good things that have happened tonight, but this isn't one of them. I'm irritated. I'm really, really irritated.
It can only get better.
I wish I had bought stock in Alka-Seltzer.
Oh, plop, plop, fizz, fizz.
We should have let the Civil War let them just get out of the country. I got to tell you, I'm with Biden. They're garbage. Yeah, say it, and I'll say it. It's true.
So
Deplorables.
At this point, we're really watching some of the close states at Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, and our neighbor Arizona. The polls are still open in Nevada. Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting.
They said New York was a city that doesn't sleep, but I think maybe Las Vegas is in the same category.
Place a bet and vote at the same time. No, there's just so many people waiting in line in Nevada, which is a good thing for democracy. It really is a good thing. So 2 minutes. No, not yet. Yeah. And anyway, I'm going to wrap up the show here, and we are going to continue this tomorrow morning, I guess. Maybe we get Rick Rule in here. I don't know. Is Rick around? And so, Eric Osorio is an hour past his bedtime here.
Well, I'd just like to thank these great radio stations and the Teamsters for hosting this coverage. It's nice to see that enough people care to support this kind of coverage. And thank you, Mark, for all the work that you've done in moving the radio stations back to San Bernardino in such a nice new facility.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you guys for sticking with me, being my friends, and being clear announcers tonight, and hanging in here for the long duration of 5 hours on the air.
Yeah. I just remember, however tonight ends up, this country's seen a lot of tough times. We weren't alive during the Civil War and some of the other really trying times in our nation's history, so I think sometimes we get a little too caught up, and even if we have a red White House and both ends of Congress, we're going to get through it.
All right, well, let's just roll the election music, and we're going to check out today.
Wait a minute. Who was it who just said that? Was that Father John?
No.
That was your favorite, Tim.
Tim, I'm surprised you're being so forgiving.
Well,
I don't want the suicide rate to go up tonight.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we're going to end our local live broadcast after 5 hours and some odd minutes here. I'm Mark Westwood, along with Tim Prince, along with Terry Mazel, along with Father John Reed. Thank you to Randy Corrigan. Thank you to Kathleen Brennan, the president of the Teamsters. Thank you to Jackie Corrigan for being in here. Thank you to our youth panel. Thank you to Denise Magana. Let's give her a big round of applause. Yay!
Hey, Denise.
And thank you so much to our youth panel, which included Robert Gonzalez, Sam Works, Robert Porter, and also we can't leave out Michael Angelo Camacho, all here on the radio helping us give a brilliant, nice election night coverage. I wish it would be better, but we don't know it's over because I don't hear the fat lady singing yet. KCAA 1050. We're out.
KCAA Loma Linda, San Bernardino. KQLH LP KQLH Ukaipa Riverside San Bernardino. KQLH LP2 Beaumont Banning Cherry Valley. KFXM Cherry Valley Banning Beaumont. KZSX Cherry Valley Banning Beaumont. Good night, friends.
Good night.
I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like,
As our gift.
As we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue, and yet he was, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate.
That's 100radioshows.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret